Vanakkam. Dear esteemed guests, industry enthusiasts, members of the exports community, we extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the panel discussion on special economic zones as engines of economic transformation. As we gather here at the Tamil Nadu Global Investor Meet, we embark on a journey to explore the pivotal role of SEZs in shaping the economic landscape of Tamil Nadu. Today, we are privileged to have a panel of experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience in the field. Please allow me to introduce our esteemed panel members and the moderator. Let me start with the moderator. Sri Sunil Ralan is the founder and promoter of J. Matadi Free Trade Zone Private Limited, which is India's first notified free trade zone located in Chennai. He is the founder president of Tamil Nadu Association of SEZ Infrastructure Developers and also a member of the governing council of the Export Promotion Council of Export-Oriented Units and Special Economic Zones. May I welcome Sunil Ralan, sir. Moving on to the panel members, we have the privilege of having Sri Anup Vadwan, who is a former Commerce Secretary. In his long career in the Government of India, he served in the departments of Economic Affairs, Financial Services, and Commerce. And also he held a position in the Prime Minister's office, handling subjects like foreign trade, export infrastructure, and special economic zones. May I please welcome Sri Anup Vadwan. Our next panel member is Sri Alex Paul Menon, who is a distinguished civil servant and a visionary leader, serving as the Development Commissioner of Madras Export Processing Zone, Special Economic Zone. A trailblazer in governance, Alex Paul Menon conceptualized and implemented transformative initiatives in public service and also a recipient of Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration. May I please welcome Sri Alex Paul Menon. Our next panel member is Dr. Aradhana Agarwal. He's a professor in Indian Business Studies at Copenhagen Business School. She is also a global consultant in international trade-related issues and currently working with the Asian Development Bank on economic corridors in Central and Southeast Asia. May I please welcome Madam Agarwal. Our last panel member today is Sri Arul Sambandam, Managing Director, Synergy India Ventures, which is focused on facilitating smooth entry of foreign investors into Tamil Nadu. Mr. Arul is an experienced leader with over 3 decades of experience who played a pivotal role in steering Indian and multinational companies towards success in this area. May I please welcome Sri Arul. Our distinguished panelists, industry experts, and thought leaders are ready to share their insights on how special economic zones can contribute to economic growth, innovation, and global competitiveness. Without further ado, let's kick off this enlightening discussion. Over to moderator, sir.
I'd start with requesting the Development Commissioner, Mr. Alex Paul Menon, to give us a current overview on SEZs.
Hello? Yeah, Sunil, as we spoke earlier, the whole entire idea of this session was to basically speak about the global value chains and how the global value chains and the special economic zones are the best buddies. So I would really want to focus on discussing about, how do global value chains see SEZs as favorable destinations and stick to that rather than speaking about SEZs in general. So if you see, India has been a latecomer to the GVC scenario. And GVCs normally thrive across geographies that liberalize trade, reduce tariff and non-tariff barriers, and who implement trade facilitation measures and protect investments. So a lot of FTAs have been going around, and India has also got multiple FTAs now. But we need to quickly catch up on the reducing tariffs, improving infrastructure, and to actually provide seamless investment facilitation measures and incentives, which will allow the GVCs to function efficiently. So, I was looking at a very interesting linkages. For deciding which is their favorable location. There are around 18 parameters which are used in the survey. I'll read it out for you. Taxation rules and policies, quality of infrastructure, stability in trade and tariff policy, access to capital, availability of raw materials, skilled workforce, tariff on finished products, intellectual property protection, cost of production, tariff on inputs, labor issues, bureaucratic and administrative procedures, political and social risk, investment protection, land acquisition, corruption, and absence of regulatory uncertainties, and lengthy customs procedures. So if you see, out of these 18 factors which GVCs use to decide their location, 13 of the factors are easily addressable in the SEZ ecosystem. And we all know about zero rating of GST, no customs duties for import exports, can subcontract part of productions to DTA. And SEZs, we started as a policy in 2000, became an act in 2005. So we've been going pretty steady for the last 18 years. Without being an act, it requires the parliament to amend it. But at the same time, we've also been taking up important transitions all the way in the last 15 years. And if you see, what governments could not achieve in the entire state, we've been trying to achieve in these islands of excellence in the SEZs, where both infrastructure as well as policy experimentation has been happening for quite a time. There is a recent, very important policy experimentation I want to just mention. If you look at global practices, China would do financial, legal, labor, even price control reforms within SEZs before it spread out to the rest of the country. Gift City recently, I think it's very important to know this. Gift City recently opened up liquor consumption within Gift City. Gujarat being a no liquor and leaders and global talent, a lifestyle that is similar to the. So such policy experimentation is possible only within the SEZ ecosystem. As far as labor issues are concerned, SEZ are declared as public utility services. Employees are prohibited from striking, and they have to give, under the Industrial Disputes Act, they had to give a notice of 6 weeks before striking. Even during conciliation, they cannot go on strike without a 14-day notice. And when it comes to bureaucratic and administrative procedures, I can speak for my own zone, the Madras Export Processing Zone. So we meet every fortnight, and we have kept 15 working days for clearing anything from new units to very complicated, complex requests of broadbanding, diversification. And our track record for the last 1 year has been 11 average working days in clearing the applications. And if you look at the customs procedures, we have a 24-hour clearance record, and the SEZs are also deemed ports under the Customs Act. And when it comes to access to capital, we are the most preferred destination for the FDIs, and we can. The SEZ units are allowed to bring in ECBs up to 500 million USDs without any maturity restrictions. You can credit all the receipts, 100% of it, to the EEFC, the Exchange Earners Foreign Currency Account. You can write off unrealized export bills, a lot of other parameters. So if you see, there are 147 countries in this world who have an SEZ policy of their own. So there are 6,000 SEZs globally. 4,750 in Southeast Asia alone. Half of it is in China. So if you ask me if the SEZs are the magic bullets for any economy, they aren't. We fundamentally create islands of excellence to specifically design and attract mostly GVCs. But the features that make successful SEZs are the same ones that are supposed to make the entire country successful. The zones that are successful are where the regions are also successful. So I would say that the conclusion is that if designed and implemented properly, the SEZs can play a key role in actually bringing the GVCs down to the concerned regions and even upgrading. We need caution as well as enthusiasm, and at the same time, we have a clear strategy to shield the GVCs from the shocks, that has been happening all around. So, and I would quote the Tamil Nadu example of having the highest concentration of SEZs in the whole country, 64, and highest concentration of functional SEZs in the country, 50, and 1/3 of TN's exports going from the SEZs. That itself is a stellar testimony to the statement of SEZs as growth engines. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. That was a very wonderful introduction. And I think you've summed up the starting point very well. In Tamil Nadu, the state government has identified around 9 or 10 sectors, which are sunrise sectors, starting from aerospace, electronics, renewable energies, and the list. On the sunrise sector right here in Tamil Nadu, they contribute to almost MOU signed yesterday is just the start of a good story that is, unfurling in front of us. And many of you who are youngsters that I can see here, you're all going to be outliers. You're in the right place at the right time. So, Tamil Nadu has done quite well in capturing basically the right sectors as their sunrise.
Tensions between the Western nations and the other bloc we have in the world, they've been accentuated. And there's been a move towards, realigning global supply chains and essentially de-risking them. There was a perception after the US-China trade dispute and the COVID and Ukraine episodes that the global supply chains, while they were oriented towards cost minimization, they neglected the risk aspect, and the risk that was inherent in them devolved consequent to all these events. So there's been an effort now to de-risk those supply chains through realignment, and that is going to basically redirect investment flows into new, geopolitical domains. And that is the context in which I think we are discussing today. And India is a very suitable alternative, destination for the realignment of these supply chains and the realignment of these investment flows, which is beginning to happen, which has been happening now for a few years. And, in many ways, as Alex also mentioned, we are at an advantage over our competing destinations. We, of course, have to provide an environment which is as good as the best in the world in terms of competitiveness and facilitation. And, India sometimes, when we see it at a countrywide level, there might be some perceptions about, a high degree of teething troubles for businesses to be set up. But then India is a big country, and you can find the right niche which matches the best environment in the world for an investor. And I think states like Tamil Nadu offer that possibility. And as Alex mentioned, it's one of the biggest recipients of FDI into India, Tamil Nadu as a state and SEZs as a platform. And consequent to these, industrial agglomerates which have been created in Tamil Nadu, there are huge external economies of scale for a new investor in terms of a well-developed market for skills, well-developed market for supporting services, well-developed market for various inputs. So there's a huge, opportunity which has opened up for investment to fruitfully happen in India and in locations like Tamil Nadu and in platforms like the SEZ platform in particular. And in many ways, in terms of geopolitical risk, India has an advantage over many of the rival destinations. I won't mention any other country by name, but if you look at the geopolitical aspect, which is driving the realignment of all the value chains and the supply chains, that India has a huge advantage over many of our rival, competing destinations for investment. Apart from the fact that we are a democracy, we have some, well-founded institutions that support that democracy, that can provide a lot of comfort to the investor. We are renowned for technical skills in the IT area, in the engineering area. So if you look at the underlying fundamentals, India is a much, much stronger destination than many of our competing, destinations. Of course, being a democracy means that things have to be done transparently, things have to be done openly. There will be some dissenting voices at times. There'll be some teething issues you have to deal with. But then, to the extent we have these institutions and these strengths, overcoming those teething issues will be much easier. And if you see the example of investors who've come to India, their experience has almost always invariably been good, barring, some stories which are always there in any locale. The experience has been good, and those companies have, slowly grown their investments, consolidated their sort of value chains, deepened their value chains in India. And I will not say more at this time about the SEZ platform. Alex has already mentioned. The SEZ platform is a wonderful instrument which offers a genuine single window, which offers huge facilitation in terms of, digitized approvals, huge facilitation in terms of, duty waivers. There is no issue of paying duty and getting refunds. They're waived ab initio, waiver of, GSTs there on imports also. So huge advantages are there in the SZ platform. And then when you look at the SZ platform, also in terms of the reform which is likely to happen, there's been talk of reform. The SZ platform has the weakness, if I can call it that, of not allowing access on reasonable terms to the domestic tariff areas. That again is something the government has been cognizant of, and I think that is an issue which will be resolved sooner rather than later. And a word of sort of advice, if I can do that, to the Tamil Nadu government, that and governments of any state which is trying to attract investment, you can create a state-level platform which will not possibly have the central fiscal benefits, but which can be competitive. You create a platform which can be competitive like the SEZ platform in terms of clearances, approvals, single window, state-of-the-art internal infrastructure matched by the state government providing state-of-the-art linking external infrastructure. So SEZ platform per se is a good instrument, and then it's an example for state governments to follow to create that island of excellence that Alex mentioned. So I think there is huge possibility. So I'll say this for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. When you look around you, and I see some investors in this audience, people have been hearing this expression called tax havens. But I think what global value chains today are looking for is manufacturing havens. And people, have this issue when they talk about India about policy stability. But what I'd like to mention here is India definitely scores when it comes to political and social stability. The policy stability is work in process, and somewhere it will stabilize. But we certainly offer a lot of political and social stability. And we've seen that as an evidence here in Tamil Nadu, where there is a lot of political and social stability which becomes attractive to the global investors. And another point that I have seen distinguishing interest in Tamil Nadu is the global value chains are now seeking to set up factories not just for the domestic market, but for the global markets. Supplying to India will be a subset of that. So all of these companies which are looking at the world markets are finding Tamil Nadu more attractive. Those companies who are looking at predominantly Indian markets are going to find North India, whether the NCR region or all those places, to be more attractive because we have, a coastal, evacuation point both for our imports and for our exports. So I'd like to request Dr. Aradhana, you have done a lot of work in competing SEZ policies and framework. And as you know, today in the marketplace, there's lots of countries, particularly in our neighborhood, the ASEAN region, which is seeking to attract these global value chains. So what exactly, in your mind and in your studies, do you find the investors looking for and finding more attractive? And how can we compete here in India to attract the global value chains?
Thank you, Sunil. That's a very pertinent question, I would say. Well, actually, I have been working on ASEAN region, and I will try to talk about the structural issues that ASEAN nation is facing vis-a-vis India, and how India has an edge over them. So that's something which is not being talked about much. But if you look into these economies, you find that there are some issues. Now, first thing, and I'll make 4 points here. My first point is about the kind of dynamism that the Indian economy has. We have highly optimistic projections, and I'm sure that you must have heard about that in the past and in these 2 days as well. According to an estimate of IMF itself, India is going to be a 5 trillion economy by 2027. And then there are projections which suggest by 2047 we will be a developed country. But beyond that, Goldman Sachs actually says that by 2075, India will be next to China, surpassing even the US economy. So, these create perceptions. These projections they matter because they are done by investment agencies, by investor banks. So this actually has created a sort of perception around the world that India is going to be a dynamic economy. There are several factors that are driving these projections and India's growth. And they include the kind of population growth we have. And as a result of population growth, we have younger population, which is in the working age. So I think that's a very important factor. Then our middle class is expanding, creating demand for goods. But on the supply side also, we are doing pretty well in the sense of investment development. In terms of science and technology, if you look at Global Innovation Index, we are jumping places. So I think that is something which is being noted, and that therefore we are actually having a lot of outsourcing R&D here in India. And then they are skill based, as Anup just said, that we have vast skill base which actually can be leveraged through this. So this overall dynamism and digital economy, I think I must not forget that. The kind of digital economy, DPI we are talking about, that matters. So people are taking note of us. And also with the kind of diplomacy, economic diplomacy that we are playing now, we are getting visible. So I think this is something which is really making a lot of impact in the world. And in location decision and in GVC location, it is not only about a particular area, it is also about the national competitiveness that matters. So people are looking at overall business dynamism because there are several things which actually you get from what is happening outside, say, even special economic zones. So these things are being looked into. And if you look at ASEAN on the other hand, if you analyze 10 years data, you find that none of the major economies has clocked 5% growth rate. They are below 5%. The best growing economies, that is Indonesia and Philippines, they are also below 5%. Malaysia is stuck in middle income, in middle income trap. And then Thailand actually is doing pretty badly at this moment. Of course, they have come up with a new policy. Vietnam is much talked about. And this is one economy, but that economy is also growing at the rate of 6%. And considering that their per capita income is below ours, I think 6% is something that we should take note of. So these economies are not doing as well at the moment as compared with India as it is made out to be, first of all. And I think it's a matter of perception, and that I come to the second point. Second point is about the trade and economic structure of ASEAN vis-a-vis India. Now, if you look at the trade structure of ASEAN, they started their process of export-oriented industrialization right in the early stages of development. They set up special economic zones over the years, and they actually set up a variety of them and try to achieve different kinds of objectives, are giving several incentives. And the reason why they are doing it is that these economies are essentially resource-based economies. Okay, they want to overcome that problem because resource-based creates curse. So they want to overcome that kind of situation, and they want to actually get a lot of foreign direct investment and multinationals into their country. So they are pitching their SEZs very hard. So this is one reason why actually they are attracting so much, as Sunil also talked about. But the fact is that by getting dependent on this only, they could not really expand their domestic production capabilities. So their economic structure is highly skewed. If you look at Malaysia, manufacturing I am talking about, if you look at Malaysia, it is specialized in electronics. Thailand is specialized in automobile. Indonesia is also into automobile, but it is more of domestic market oriented, but they are essentially exporting resources. Philippines is into electronics, but not as good as Malaysia is. And then Vietnam is into low economic value added activities at the moment. They are trying to promote it, but what I know, because we are doing a lot of research with the Vietnamese, they are having a severe problem of skill formation. So the skill development is not really having, and they are actually talking a lot about corruption in the education system. So at the moment, there is a lot of debate going on in Vietnam also. So what I mean to say is that these economies are facing that problem of shallow industrialization. To do away with that, they actually moved to ASEAN Economic Community. I'm sure every one of you know about that in 2015. But what is the scenario now? The scenario is, despite moving towards that, it couldn't really work. And now, recently, there's this business sentiment surveys of European investors in ASEAN every year. So according to the latest one, 81% of respondents say that non-tariff barriers within the region are so high that supply chain management is becoming very difficult. So I think that these things, these structural weaknesses are becoming very prominent now. On the other hand, India is a highly diversified country. You know, its vastness, it alone is a sort of continent. And here we have different states that are specializing in different, but then it is one country. And we are trying to push this as a nation, you know, and we are actually having several policies, including special economic zones, to promote that kind of export structure. And just let me give you one figure also, and that's what I have mentioned in a latest article in EPW. India is exporting 4,401 HS 6-digit products out of 5,000 products. Now you can imagine the kind of vastness that we have, that is massive, and that can be leveraged by foreign investors, and I think these facts need to be told. And do I have 2 more minutes?
Sure. Please go ahead.
Then the third point is about servicification of manufacturing. I think this is something which is a sort of, you know, a bright spot here. You know, the role of services in manufacturing is increasing. According to one estimate, 50% of manufacturing exports is comprised of services exports. So I think that is something which is very important, and we should take note of it, because we have competitive advantage in services. And then if we leverage our vast skill population, we can actually present a kind of situation where the global value chains of manufacturing investors can be internalized, because we are providing support services through these competitive edge in services. So I think that is where we actually have to look into it, how we can attract manufacturers because we are competitive in services. So this is where we need to really, and I was talking to Sunil also, and Sunil also was suggesting that we must have some sort of smart subsidies which are focused on services because they are WTO compliant. Manufacturing subsidies are not compliant, but we can actually offer services subsidies, and that can actually promote a lot of investment in this country, manufacturing investment in this country. And my final point, just one minute, ease of doing business. Now, I am in Europe, and I tell you that every time I talk about India, they say India is a very difficult place to do business. That's a kind of perception, they have, all of them. But the things are changing. Perhaps they don't even, now that, all this economic diplomacy is taking place and things are happening now, we know that India, EU, FTA is also, being negotiated. So I think that there is a sort of change, and people are indeed looking at now India. But I think that this perception we have to change through summits like this, and we should actually send this message that how we are facilitating. And my study on special economic zones of India shows that governance in SEZ is definitely better than it is outside. And I would like to make one point here. All my studies show that corruption is a major problem in India, okay, unlike labor laws. And my study shows that corruption is less significantly less in SEZs as compared with outside. So I think that SEZs can be a kind of very good platform to enter into. Madras, this Tamil Nadu actually is into manufacturing. And in economics, we say that if you are specialized in something, then you attract more of it. So I am sure that Tamil Nadu is going to attract more of manufacturing, not because we are promoting, but because the manufacturers who are already here, they are promoting that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal.
One important addition to what she said, because we're speaking about Tamil Nadu, if you look at the 4-digit HSN codes, out of 1,250 odd codes, 1188 are being done in Tamil Nadu. The level of diversity in Tamil Nadu is also, it's better than the national average. I just wanted to just add this point. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I now come to Arul. Arul, you work with a lot of top American brands who are looking at relocating their global value chains to come into India in general and Tamil Nadu in particular. So I just wanted you to share your thoughts as to why Tamil Nadu?
Yeah, well, I speak from their point of view, the investor point of view, because I handle so many investors. What they are looking for, where the Tamil Nadu is placed at. The major things the investors looking for, the number one is the ease of doing business. And the number two, availability of resources, particularly human resources. And the third one is the infrastructure facilities with respect to land, electricity, and other logistic connectivity, everything. And the fourth one is the supply chain ecosystem or domestic market availability. And the final one, I can say the stable government policies and the good governance. These are all the major factors they are looking at. I can say how Tamil Nadu is placed in all these things. Today, we can see Tamil Nadu is attracting the investments more in the country. The number one, ease of doing business. I can brief, you would have heard yesterday also so many things about these things. Brief about that one. Ease of doing business. Everybody saying ease of doing business, ease of doing. What is the ease of doing business? Ease of doing business is a better, usually a simpler regulation to do the business, number one. Number two, a strong protection to the investors' rights. And third, provides the infrastructure facilities they require. This is the ease of doing business. In 2014, as per the World Bank, India is placed 142 rank among 190 countries. Whereas in 2022, it improved to 63 ranking India. Out of that, in the country, Tamil Nadu is the third place as per the ease of doing business index. This ease of doing, Tamil Nadu has all these facility, the policies, everything. And the second one is the availability of resources. Particularly, we look at it, the manpower, cheaper and skilled manpower. Tamil Nadu, 68.6% of Tamil Nadu population is a working age group, belongs to working age group. Almost approximately 50 million people in Tamil Nadu itself under the working age group. And also, Tamil Nadu is known for technical education. We have about 1,100 plus engineering colleges. We have 425 ITIs. We have about 500 polytechnics. Every year, we are giving about 900,000 graduates and 120,000 technicians, ITA diploma technicians are passed out. And this skill, we have the skill development department dedicatedly to upskill the peoples in various sectors, Tamil Nadu government as well as the central government having this one. And then the third one is the infrastructure facility. Infrastructure facility, Tamil Nadu, with respect to the land, we have the very big land bank with the SEZ and the SIPCAT having very big land banks for the investment. And then the electricity we are self-saturated, Tamil Nadu is self-saturated now. More than 50% are renewable energy. And then about the logistic connectivity, road, sea and air. Road you can take, especially Tamil Nadu, about 48 national highways are there, which is having about 6,600 kilometers. And then we have about 286 state highways there, about 9,200 kilometers spread across length and breadth of the state, entire state. And then we have the sea. We have about 4 commercial seaports in Tamil Nadu itself. You say in Chennai, Kattupalli, Ennur, and Tuticorin. And we have 4 international airports, Chennai, Coimbatore, Madurai, Trichy. So all this logistic connectivity is there. And then if you go to the ecosystem of raw materials, you have in Tamil Nadu, it is the #1 industries available in the country. About 45,000 industries are registered in Tamil Nadu. Then you can imagine the material ecosystem. And then the domestic market. India, the population, 1.4 billion, how much 45,000 industries are running. Then you can see that with the population, there is a huge potential domestic market is available. And then we come to the stable government policies and good governance. Stable government policies, that is a major one that the investors are looking at. India, even especially in Tamil Nadu, though the government changes, we could see as per the economic, as per the business point of view, industrial point of view, they are not, loosening that importance. Every government comes. Particularly this government, within these 2.5 years, they have made so many policies with respect to leather and footwear, aerospace, so many policies to support the investors to have wide spectrum of the regulations, all these things, ease of doing business, everything. And the single window clearance system. About 29 departments are connected. Not only that, the Tamil Nadu has integrated with the national single window system also. So these kind of services is being provided by the Tamil Nadu government. That is how the investments are coming more to here. And then if you are taking the SEZ, Development Commissioner and the people have spoke about that one. To my knowledge, it is about 48 registered SEZ in Tamil Nadu and 40 are operating. 64 and 50. Oh, 64, sorry. Oh. About 540, 550 plus operational units are there, right? 635 now. Oh, sorry, I have to refresh again. Growing fast, actually. Growing fast. Yeah, you can see, because I enjoyed that 15 years of SEZ operation, how it get benefited, that I supposed to tell you, that is the best destination for you. It's an export powerhouse, SEZ, the green channels, so many regulations are well prepared and well managed. And we have state or central, we have the dynamic leaders, I mean the bureaucrats, development commissioner for MEPS and the team. And then with respect to the state, industries department, SIPCAT, guidance, they are all very good dynamic leaders. You can see 24/7, you can call them at any time to support for our business. This kind of leadership, bureaucracy, that is helping. Moreover, the government also supporting the bureaucrats supporting the business as well. So that is why Tamil Nadu is the #1 attractive point for the investors.
Thank you, Arul. I just want to take advantage of Anoop's presence here to give us a national perspective of what is it that Government of India has started to embark on in terms of your thought process or policy making to be able to facilitate attracting global value chains to come into India, considering that we are right now at a very sweet spot.
Thank you so much. Before I answer the question, one other opportunity, for investors is to actually run an SEZ of their own. Then you can shape your physical environment and your ease of doing environment of doing business yourself. So you gave the number 64 and 50, which means 14 are not operational. So there might be opportunity to actually invest in an SEZ and then shape your environment to your liking. And a lot of, I think, foreign investment is there in SEZs in that sense. I think Temasek Holdings of Singapore owns many SEZs in India. So that's an opportunity. To answer Sunil's question, Government of India now for many years has been emphasizing, and of course state governments with Government of India, ease of doing business in terms of, digitizing all processes for approvals, clearances, and in commerce in particular, our entire DGFT system was digitized completely, that all approvals, all facilitation, all incentives, all benefits will happen through a digitized process, which was linked with customs and other, regulatory agencies. The systems were linked. All customs clearances also became completely digitized. So that was in the virtual space of, approvals and benefits. Everything got digitized, including drawbacks, etc., happened very smoothly. GST also over time, all the refunds and all have been digitized and, smoothened out to the extent that teething troubles, I think both the central government and the government of states are determined to iron out those issues which create some, inconveniences within the digitized system. And beyond that, government has been trying to create not just ease of doing business in virtual space, but ease of doing business in the physical space. Because ultimately, the manufacturer has to deal with issues of land, water, connectivity, power, and all those issues. So even that kind of plug-and-play environment, Government of India and the state governments have been trying to create, and the SCZs were basically aimed at creating that plug-and-play environment for manufacturing. We often speak about a plug-and-play environment for services, IT in particular, but what we needed in India was a physical environment that was plug-and-play for manufacturing, and that has been another emphasis of government in terms of, creating that infrastructure. And apart from that, things like enabling markets for investors. So FTAs, I think Sunil mentioned, and others also mentioned, our FTA negotiations with various countries, EU, UK. So if you look at Vietnam, that is one big advantage an investor has investing in Vietnam. He has access to almost the entire world on a duty-free basis. They are part of ASEAN, notwithstanding the non-tariff barriers within ASEAN. It is in some ways an integrated market. Through RCEP, they have access to, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand. They're part of TPP, of which the US was almost a part till, President Trump took them out. So huge access across the globe. They now have a trade agreement with EU with 99% duties going to zero. And they get the confidence from their faith in their own competitiveness. So they have this view that, if an FTA is signed with 99% duties going to zero, and then the manufacturer has to take a decision that there is a two-way trade agreement between EU and Vietnam, should I manufacture in EU or should I manufacture in Vietnam? From each place I can access the other. And they are confident that the answer for the investor will be, I will manufacture in Vietnam because it is more competitive to manufacture there. So that is the question we need to answer for ourselves. And that is the factor in India, because I can find a competitive niche in Tamil Nadu, I can find a competitive niche in an SCZ platform or in a industrial is not giving you access to the domestic tariff area, the state governments can create a platform which has all the advantages of the SEZ other than some of the fiscal benefits built into the SEZ framework, and provide an equally competitive, space for manufacturing investment with DTA access. In fact, I was a director in the Prime Minister's office when the SEZ Act was being written out in Department of Commerce, I think 2005,
Yes.
4-5. And that time, my senior officer, Dr. Pradipto Ghosh, who was Chief Economic Advisor to the Prime Minister, he said, these fiscal benefits come with lot of conditions, come with lot of problems, come with lot of red tape. So why not forget about fiscal benefits and create what are called competitive economic zones, which create an environment which is the most competitive in the world. So the investor is not then looking for fiscal SOPs. He's not looking for PLIs. He's not looking for other direct tax benefits which the SEZ Act gave and which were, of course, taken away later. So that is the opportunity for the state government to, in some ways, match the SEZ platform with a competitive economic zone, which has SEZ plus, advantages. I think apart from that, government has been very, very proactive in dealing with non-tariff barriers. All our bilateral relationships, all our regional relationships, and even at the multilateral fora in the WTO, we've been pursuing, now non-tariff barriers with various export destinations, and we have succeeded largely in, many of these areas addressing non-tariff barriers. And as you all know, when tariff levels came down, non-tariff barriers became the means for, regulating your imports and exports. And of course, steps like RODTEP, India graduated out of export subsidies, so MEIS had to be discontinued. And I think we very smoothly have transformed our MEIS type of scheme into RODTEP, where all taxes and duties borne by the manufacturer, right from the mandi tax all the way up, because GST is waived in any case for exporters, but all other taxes and duties faced along the entire value chain have been addressed through, reimbursement of that has been addressed through RODTEP, and it was done proactively and inclusively in consultation with the industry. So industry had the onus to list all the duties they face, right from, duties and taxes from, mandi tax upwards. So RODTEP is another area. PLIs, of course, as we just discussed, PLIs might not be the most efficient manner of lowering the cost of production of the manufacturer. PLIs are given because of the belief and because of the reality that we are a high-cost environment to some extent, and that 8 to 10% disadvantage the manufacturer has in cost terms in India is compensated through PLIs. Of course, it's a temporary measure, but it's a very, very useful instrument for investors to become competitive in India. And what we need to do, as we were discussing, is that that same kind of investment should go into lowering the cost of business, create better infrastructure, create more ease of doing business to reduce transactions costs so that the cost of business comes down and you don't need to give production-linked incentives. But the environment itself becomes, more competitive. So even now, I think the stance of the government in the states, the government at the center, is to reach out to industry, understand where the shoe is pinching, and that is another role we must play, all of us who are into manufacturing, who are looking at investment in manufacturing, discover the pinch points where the shoe is still hurting, whether it is digitization of approvals or it is a physical environment doing business, where is the shoe hurting? And then I think governments in today's environment will proactively resolve those issues.
Thank you very much, Anup. I think I've had a very distinguished panel over here, and we've been able to share their thoughts and views. I'd now like to open up for a quick round of question and answer sessions from the floor, if anything is there.
morning to the eminent guests on the dais, and good morning to all of you present here. My name is Suresh. I'm from Elegant Fashion Accessories, located in SEZ. And I am part of the product code 42, listed out here. The two questions that we would like to raise here is, currently, there is a special situation that has arisen due to the West Asia war. The inaccessibility of the ships via the Red Sea, and that's creating a lot of time consciousness. Now, our customers are not able to release or be flexible on the deadline of the shipments. To some extent, I think they're taking advantages of this because they would like the seller to export it by air at their cost. So what's happening is that we are forced to advance the timelines in terms of the shipment. Fine, that's a global situation, you cannot help it. But in the SEZ in particular, we are finding a lot of hassle in terms of sending the goods out on job work, because in order to mitigate this situation and speed up the process of manufacturing, we find that we need to send the goods out on job work and get them done to a major extent and complete them in our unit in the SEZ. We are finding that to be a major hassle. This is a special situation. I think this special situation calls for a special regulation till such time that the West Asia crisis gets diluted. Okay. Point number one. Point number two, we would like to know from the authorities what's happening to the government's policy of Videshi to Deshi. We read recently that there is some...
I've got your point, so
Yeah.
two questions, because we're running short of time and I'm getting signals to wrap up this event. Any other questions so that we can address all these things together?
Sir, my name is Guru Raj. I've been MD of the electronics company Flextronics and later Wistron, which is the iPhone company. Now, from Invest Tamil Nadu today, I'm going to Invest Gujarat tomorrow. And every state talks about ease of business, doing business. But things like, I've gone through this process over the last 20 years for various companies. It still continues to be a phrase. It still continues to be a buzzword. But when it comes to things like land acquisition and all that, these are issues still a nightmare. I think while we may have gone up some indexes, shown by some agencies, but ground realities, in my opinion, in India, like ma'am said, Europe still has a very skeptical view of doing business in India, and other countries too. So my question, sir, to the panel or whoever is, how do we as a country cut out this red tape? I mean, not just talk about it, but really make it happen. I know it's more easier said than done.
Thank you. There was one more hand.
Good morning to all. This is Joseph from Lina Hygiene Tissue Industries. And why we need to choose SEZ? Because we have a lot of other opportunities. And if I'm not wrong, SEZ, it's a right platform for import and export. I do believe, and it's a right platform only. But only the thing is, okay, once we are going into the SEZ and plus the local companies, we are getting more benefits from SEZ, not from SEZ, from the local companies. Because we are getting a subsidies and we are getting a lot of other opportunities. We can do a local sales. There is no criteria that we have to do this much business, foreign exchange and all those things. As Sir told that regarding the Desh bill. Because last 4 years we are expecting, as SEZ holder, we are expecting it is going to happen today or tomorrow, that something is going to come out. But as of now, there is nothing. Even on the top central, it's most of the majority is the same party. But still the parliament, it is not accepted. I don't know what is the reason. So, and last and final, easy doing business, it's very important. But why there is a criteria in SEZ, doing business, minimum you have to do, or the maximum 15% and 49%. Why? Because we need the international standards to go ahead.
We've got your point. So I'll just quickly request the Development Commissioner if he wants to address these things very quickly.
So these are mostly in the form of grievances rather than, anything that has to do with the panel discussions. I would want to meet them outside the
Okay, good.
the
So
discussion
that
and then address the
The
grievances.
Development Commissioner is here. You can talk to him offline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Offer some thoughts quickly. Job work, certainly job work facilitation both ways. DTA job work which has to be done in SEZs and SEZ job work to be done in DTA and then the goods move back. That facilitation also has been an emphasis, and to the extent it is still not completely done, I think Alex will take it forward. So Deshi, you see, you mentioned government's emphasis on, Swadeshi and Atmanirbhar Bharat. So, Acha, I'm talking about Desh Bill. So that relates to your question, business here. And the answer to that is, to the extent these land-based platforms are not creating the ideal plug-and-play environment, we need to fix these land-based problems and make them a genuine single window so that the investor actually feels that ease of doing business relative to other environments. And I'm sure that'll happen, sooner rather than later today. The signs are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you all for joining in for this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an interesting panel. Thanks for sharing your perspectives, insights. Definitely, we have an interesting, bright spot for Tamil Nadu, and particularly for special economic zones to take it to a greater level. Thanks for the wonderful questions from the audience as well. Now, may I call upon Sri Madhusudan Reddy, IAS, to present the mementos to the panel members. So with that note, we come to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you, one and all.
Hub of India, the state aspires to move up the value chain by creating high-end jobs that meet the aspirations
Vanakkam. Dear esteemed guests, Indian
Tamil Nadu is the electronics manufacturing hub of India. The state aspires
seated in the front row. We are expecting MeitY Secretary to join us, and then Elsina's team will be starting the panel. Thank you.
Tamil Nadu is the electronics manufacturing hub of India. The state aspires to move up the value chain.
Very good morning to everyone. Vanakkam. On behalf of the Government of Tamil Nadu, Guidance Bureau and Elsina, I extend a hearty welcome to each and every one of you to this session on electronics rapidly reshaping the future as part of the esteemed Global Investors Meet. The session has been curated by Elsina and its members, and we are very proud of the same. I feel deeply honored to host this session, which has a lineup of such distinguished leaders with us today, who are all exceptional speakers with deep insights in their respective domains. I think we are lucky to be participating here. A few lines about Elsina. Since inception in 1967, Elsina has been focused on serving the electronics manufacturing ecosystem in India. The sector has transformed radically and rapidly over the last 20 to 30 years, with electronics permeating all spheres of our human life and more. It is the fastest growing industry globally, valued at approximately $3 trillion, so the opportunities are immense. Elsina has tried to keep up with these rapid advances. We feel proud about Elsina's ties with Tamil Nadu, which go back over 4 decades. And we have Mr. Ramchandran here, who was the president of Elsina, I think maybe 35 years ago. And we are really proud of him, sir. Thank you so much. And we appreciate the opportunities to have worked closely with the state government organizations, including Guidance, ELCOT, long time back, the Department of Industries, Department of MSME, and more. Sir, the state support and encouragement has enabled us to organize 12 editions of Source India in Chennai, which we have done regularly every year, and we are extremely proud of it, and which has now grown into a truly valuable and large industry platform, thanks to the Department of Industries. And my special thanks to Mr. Krishnan here, sir, because you and the MSME, both departments supported us, and now I think we have reached a stage where this platform is growing every year, and we are very lucky to be having a larger show on the 23rd, 24th of January. Tamil Nadu's growth as a powerhouse of electronics manufacturing has been phenomenal and praiseworthy, placing it among the leaders and India's one exporter of electronics. I think we deserve to give a big hand to Tamil Nadu for this. Top Indian global companies as well as MSMEs have chosen to invest in the state and to establish their manufacturing facilities here. What differentiates Tamil Nadu is basically not only its good schemes, but also the implementation of those schemes and the hand-holding which is done by the departments here. And I would definitely mention, guidance and MSME and all these departments have been really very, very helpful. Please now join me. We will now move on to our agenda for the day. Please join me in welcoming our eminent panelists and keynote speakers. I will first invite our two keynote speakers on the stage. Mr. S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT. Sir, may I welcome you on the stage, sir, please. And for the second keynote, Mr. Banmali Agarwala, please kindly come on the stage, sir. I do have to introduce these speakers briefly, though, introducing Mr. Krishnan here on this stage I feel a little almost foolish about it, because I think everybody knows him so well. Currently he is the Secretary MIT in Delhi, and earlier he was the Additional Chief Secretary for the Industries, Investment Promotion and Commerce Department here. And we've all had, a lot of interaction with him while he was here, and so much help also. He is a 1989 batch IAS officer with 34 years of meritorious service behind him, and he has held several positions also in the central government. I will not go into the details, sir. May I welcome you to please give your keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's almost always like a homecoming here, and as always, having these events at the Global Investors Meet and having them overflow in this fashion with standing room alone, I think is a good feel to have for an event of this nature. And I think it reflects the number of footfalls, the interest that an event of this nature generates. So let me congratulate the government of Tamil Nadu, the Industries Department and Guidance, who put together such a high-energy event to promote Tamil Nadu as an investment destination. I think it is very critical. And today we are speaking on the electronics sector. Interestingly enough, when I opened the newspaper this morning, I thought most of what had to be said about electronics was said yesterday itself. There were sessions on semiconductors and a whole host of other areas. So presumably, and I was wondering, if it has already been said, what are we going to do today? But I think it is a recognition of how important the electronics sector is for India today that we are paying so much attention to this. If you look at what MeitY as a ministry does, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology does, we do this mix of what needs to happen between the information technology piece, the software piece, and what needs to happen on the hardware side, the electronics piece. Till about 5 years ago, the electronics piece over the last 2 decades or so, it had gone into almost a terminal decline. That is the way Indian electronics was being looked at. Elsina, of course, when they say that we've been in existence since 1967, they're almost as old as I am. So I guess they saw better times, and then we know that what happened post the ITA 1 in 1997 and how that affected the Indian electronics industry. And MeitY itself as a ministry on the electronics side was a bit of a backwater and a bit of a place where nothing much was really happening till things, I think, have changed with the phased manufacturing program and till the effort was made to actually bring back electronics manufacturing in a big way. And today we are in a situation where, led initially by mobile phones, we have been able to recover a lot of lost ground. We are in a position today where from a situation in, say, say about 8 to 9 years ago, when we were importing practically all the mobile phones that we were using in the country. Today, the Honorable Prime Minister is able to say with justifiable pride at the Indian Mobile Congress that 99.2% of all mobile phones used in India today are manufactured in India. So we've reached that position. And we've reached that position in an industry which is what is called a global value chain. And that is something which we need to recognize and understand. That, mobile phones or electronics of any form can be manufactured anywhere and transported anywhere simply because the logistics industry makes it possible. These components are small. You take a mobile phone and pick it up and want to transport it, you can transport it by air just about anywhere. This is the huge advantage that it actually brings together. And the fact that competitiveness, specialization, and what can happen in a competitive environment means, again, that unless you focus on the elements of competitiveness, you will not be able to be a location or a center for that industry. Then again, it means that unlike, say, if you take something like textiles or food processing, some of the traditional industries where the raw materials are difficult to transport and you can actually possibly achieve about 90 to 100% value addition of that entire value chain in one country or in one geography, with electronics you're never going to be able to do it. Even China, which manufactures so much of electronics, I understand that their value addition, domestic value addition, is possibly only about 40 to 45%. The rest of it comes from all over the place. Therefore, I think understanding the nature of the global value chain and figuring out how it can work for India is the critical thing for the electronic sector. We shouldn't forget also that if it is not already so, then it will very soon be the single largest manufacturing industry in the world. Electronics, which we tend to use in just about everything that we do today, will be the single largest manufacturing industry. And if India as a country has a major ambition, then clearly our presence in the electronics industry is absolutely vital. I mean, there's no way that you cannot be part of it. So starting with that and going back to this point of, say, 99.2% of the mobile phones being manufactured in the country, we need to also then look at what proportion of the value addition actually takes place in the country. We administer the PLI scheme for mobile phones, which is supposed to be the most successful PLI scheme amongst all the 14 PLI schemes that the Government of India has launched. The criticism that I often run against from my colleagues is that no, the value addition is just about 12 to 15%. It's no more than that. You're not adding more value than that. And what is the big point of doing it, since you've not absorbed a larger portion of the value chain? As I already told you, it's a part of a global value chain. So I don't think 12 to 15% is anything to scoff about. I think it's a very significant proportion of the value chain, number one. Number two, anyone who's visited Josh is sitting here, anyone who's visited their Foxconn's factories in Sri Perumbudur will tell you that they simply employ 50,000 people there. Now, you do not have any other factory in the country that employs 50,000 people at one location. We have to realize that the employment potential is huge. Mr. Banmali Agarwal is here. Tatas have signed yesterday, I understand, a MOU with the government of Tamil Nadu for establishing another assembly unit for iPhones. They would be employing 40 to 50,000 people at least at one location. Now, that is something which doesn't happen with very many industries. Even if the value addition is 10 to 15%, that is the scale of employment, and that is something which, as a country, we cannot scoff at. And that is something which is very critical in terms of where we intend to go, in terms of finding good jobs for all our people. So that's one part of the story. Now, the only thing is, I said that the PLI scheme has been successful. Electronics, especially in the mobile phones, we've managed to achieve this. But let us also realize that the PLI scheme, as was pointed out in the course of another discussion today, is successful because it offers a kind of a subsidy where the capital investment may be small, but the turnover which is achieved is really large. The ratio of turnover is really large. Which then means the contrary is also true. If the incentive ceases, or if you have not achieved sufficient scale and competitiveness by the time the incentive stops, you are at risk of reversal. Which is why, for a country like India, it is absolutely vital that you go to the next stage, which is how do you bring in the components? How do you make it competitive for more components to come into the country? And that would really be the next stage of what the government of India would be wanting to do with this particular industry. How do we bring in more of the component ecosystem into India? It is happening already. We have camera modules being produced here. We have battery modules being produced here. We have a range of other elements of the component industry which is coming into the country. But that alone will need to be accelerated. We will have to ensure that those industries are encouraged so that with the components, we are in a position to make sure that in the electronic space, domestic value addition actually goes up significantly. Now, in the bill of materials of any of these electronics items, the components fall into two parts. One set is the semiconductor bit, and the other set is the other kinds of assemblies and sub-assemblies that you have in that particular phone or electronic item. So you have to look at both of them. We've already looked at what semiconductors, or you've had discussions yesterday on what is happening in the semiconductor space. Absolutely vital, strategic in a number of ways. We learned during the COVID pandemic why it is so important that each of those chips, you need to have a resilient supply chain. This is something that the world realized, and I think what the government of India has as the semiconductor mission is probably one of the most ambitious and one of the most generous packages that has ever been offered as part of industrial policy. And it's topped up. Yesterday, I learned from the semiconductor policy that the government of Tamil Nadu has released by a 50% top up on that. So which basically means that virtually 75% of the entire investment is something that the government is subsidizing, and on a pari passu basis. Now, this is something which I don't think has been done historically in any other industry. It's a huge incentive structure to which industry really needs to respond. Now, as I said, in the value addition, there's a substantial portion which is the non-semiconductor electronics part. And that, again, is something where traditionally we've had strengths. And some of those strengths, over the years, we became uncompetitive post-ITA 1. And that is an area where we need to regain some of the strength, upgrade technologies, and come in a big way. To assist that sector is where we are now examining the possibility of having a new program to ensure that more and more of the components can be made in India through an appropriate PLI-like scheme. And that is something which is currently in the works, something that the ministry is working on, something the union minister has been very keen on pushing, and where we expect that there would be substantial growth in. And that's clearly an area which a state like Tamil Nadu, again, should be very, very interested, simply because it's the kind of advanced manufacturing that a state like this wants to push. Because you have this issue of what I call 50% enrollment in higher education, which is wonderful in a number of other ways, but it also means that you have to find meaningful jobs for people with that level of graduation. Clearly, advanced manufacturing is one of those spaces, and the component ecosystem is a space where advanced manufacturing can really take place in significant measure, and that's where, again, Tamil Nadu can significantly contribute. And I'm sure this is an area which they will focus on, just as we will focus on it at the Government of India level. Now, coming back to the last point, which I want to make today in terms of laying out a vision and where all of this needs to go. Again, this morning's paper report about all the global capacity centers which are being established here in the state. Wonderful way to go. It's great strength, because what you're doing is you're really using the talent which is available in the state, in the country, to ensure that they get jobs, quality jobs, much higher quality jobs. See, India is a funny place. You need both kinds of jobs. You need manufacturing jobs, which are on the shop floor. You also need high-tech jobs. From my earlier avatar, I remember that if you took a company like Ford Motor Company, we had 3,500 jobs in the Ford factory when they left, but then they created 15,000 jobs in their global capacity center before they left. I mean, that is the way that this works. So even if they left the manufacturing activity in the GCC, they had enough jobs. And the other lesson which from the automotive sector, and especially given the way the automotive sector in Tamil Nadu has developed, that we can take away is that the strength in components is finally what led to overall manufacturing competitiveness of the state. And therefore, I think it's automotive, like aerospace and like electronics, is the other real global value chain. And I think that's the other lesson we need to take away, that if you do not have strength in components, if you do not have strength in component manufacture, you're not likely to do very well, and you're not likely to be very competitive in terms of overall electronic manufacture also. So that is an important component. But coming back to this point of what is happening with the GCCs, which I think is an excellent development, and we are all aware, it's also been reported that we have the largest number of, say, design engineers for the semiconductor industry here in India. And Chennai is also one of the centers where this is growing, which is, again, a very significant development. But we also need to realize that the intellectual property doesn't really belong here. And that's where my appeal to somebody like the Tatas, and possibly they're the only ones who can actually make it happen, is that over time, we should be in a position where not just do we dominate the entire supply chain in terms of ESDM, in terms of component manufacture, in terms of semiconductor actual fabrication or design, but also having a global brand of our own. Much as, when you look at the Apple phone, much as we really like the idea that, they're manufactured in India, they're manufactured in Tamil Nadu, they're all put together here, there are various components which are getting manufactured here, but we must realize that everybody down the value chain, probably if this phone is worth $1,000, everybody does here maybe collects about $250 or $300 off it. the rest of the $700 or $750 end up at Cupertino. So, so probably over the years, we'll have ultimately in the electronic space a brand of our own, and where the ultimate value addition stays in the country, stays with us, and stays as future capital to be invested for more and more prosperity and development. So I think we really have to have high ambitions in this sector, starting with where we are today in ESDM, starting with what we are doing there, moving on to semiconductors and moving on to component manufacture, and ultimately getting into design and also getting into having actually the patents. So it's interesting, as always with India, what other countries and other geographies probably took about 30, 40 years to do, we'll try and do it in about 5 to 10. But if the mobile manufacturing story is anything to go by, we have demonstrated that it is possible to do it in 5 or 10 years. And with the same level of ambition and the same level of planning, there's no reason why it shouldn't be possible to do the rest of the story in the coming decade. And I really hope that this event, the Global Investors Meet here in Tamil Nadu, and all the policy measures that the state and the central government together take will put us in a position where we can actually achieve this ambition and get where we want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Focus on components, value addition, IP, so that more dollars stay here and don't go to the West. Definitely, that's a very strong, message from you, sir. And I think we are lucky that, Tamil Nadu has spared you and sent you to Delhi. So we're going to take full advantage of that. Thank you so much, sir. May I now, request Mr. Banmali Agarwala. I'll just say a few words, sir. It is my privilege to do this. Mr. Banmali Agarwala is the President, Infrastructure, Defense and Aerospace, Tata Sons. He's on the board of Tata Sons. And he looks after the ventures in the infrastructure, aerospace and defense industries, and that includes electronics. He joined Tata Sons from GE, where he was the President and CEO of GE India and South Asia. And he was responsible for all the operations in this entire region. He is an alma mater of Mangalore University and the Harvard Business School. And in his earlier years, he was with the Wärtsilä Group for about 20 years. I won't say more about him. It'll be great to hear him. I've heard him a few times. We've been lucky to have him, on Elsina panels, and I'm able to pull his coattails and bring him on, which he sometimes, succumbs to. So it's great to be here, sir. Please, all yours now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, it's a real privilege to be here, particularly in the august company of Mr. Krishnan, whom I think everyone over here admires and respects deeply. A number of business leaders who are sitting over here, people from the government, from the Tamil Nadu government, I think who've been, as we all know, again, who've done a marvelous job, and I'll come back to that in a second. And of course, the most pleasant surprise is to see a full house, even though there are multiple breakout sessions that are going on, but I am really very pleasantly surprised to see that there is so much of interest in this particular subject. Before I begin, just a clarification, Raju, I'm not on the board of Tata Sons. I just happen to be doing a few things for Tata Sons relating to manufacturing. And I'll just try and connect that as well to why I feel that is important. I think, as Mr. Krishnan mentioned, a lot has been deliberated yesterday, which covered, I think, a lot of the things. Mr. Krishnan then has articulated a number of other things, so there's very little left really for me to say other than repeat many of the messages that you've been getting. But let me try and approach this from the perspective of a manager on the ground. And how does a manager on the ground see some of these things, and what is it that perhaps we feel from the ground that needs to be done? Let me first just start by laying out the background as to why do we feel that electronics really is going to reshape our future. Maybe I don't need to explain it, but still to put it in context. First, I don't think there's any other country in the world that has the kind of digital infrastructure that India has. We all know that the public digital infrastructure that this country has is second to none. It has transformed the lives of each and every citizen of this country. It has improved efficiency, eliminated vast amounts of inefficiency, but most importantly, I think it has formed and created a very inclusive. And I would actually single that out as the single most important development, let's say, over the last decade. Second, if you just look at global trade, I think the global trade in services is about $7 trillion. The global trade in manufactured goods is about $15 trillion. The global trade in electronics alone is $5 trillion, which is part of the 15 trillion number that I mentioned. And our share in India, overall in manufacturing, and particularly in electronics manufacturing, is almost negligible. Now, if there is such a large and massive opportunity kind of staring us in the face, I wonder as to why would we not be looking at this opportunity. The third point, and I think is very evident, and I'm not going to harp on it too long, but the fact remains that there is clearly a global realignment of supply chain that's going on. The world is kind of emphasizing certainty of supply over than just cost of supply. And I think if you need to do things on scale, et cetera, and so on, I think India does kind of get to be a very attractive destination. So the fact that India is a digitized country, heavily digitized, touching each and every citizen in this country, the fact that the size of the opportunity in absolute terms, particularly in electronics, is so large, and the fact that we have tailwinds to support what we would like to do, I would argue it would be a completely wasted opportunity if we were not to take this on. Further, I don't think we can simply be a digitized economy and a digitized country where all the hardware on the back of which the digitization rests is something that we are always dependent on in terms of imports, in terms of making further innovation, modification, changes, and so on and so forth. I do hope that I think the point that we need to double down on manufacturing is that debate is put to rest. And at least from the ground, I know economists at times have a certain perspective, but from the ground, I would say that this is a phenomenal opportunity that we simply must embrace. Now, having said that, what is really the opportunity? It's, as I think Mr. Krishnan was also saying, it essentially boils down to manufacturing. And let's face it, that it's not going to be an easy task. It's going to take a lot of work. This is no less than nation building. And therefore, when entrepreneurs, when companies, including companies like Tata's, get into this is not just about business. We cannot be incremental about the way we think about this. This has got to be a step change in the way we think, the way we lay out our capital, the way we kind of look at returns, because as I said, this is nothing short of nation building. There aren't going to be any easy, straightforward answers. We just have to go for it, because once we set this base, I think we are set for the future. I would also argue that the tailwinds that we have are here maybe, let's say, a window of, let's say, 5 years, within which time I think we need to lay the foundations. And that foundation needs to be so strong that beyond that, we are really set to take off, and we don't have to, again, lose that window or lose that opportunity. In this context, I'd also like to say, and I think the point that Mr. Krishnan was making, we've heard this debate and discussion so many times. Why aren't there Indian brands? Why aren't there Indian names and so on and so forth? And I would say that unless and until we don't manufacture, we are not going to be able to design in a proper manner. And it's only when we get control of our own design will we be able to develop our own brands. The notion that you can somehow leapfrog into design without understanding manufacturing, I think does not reflect a proper understanding of the manufacturing process. It's like somebody saying, I can write a cooking recipe without knowing how to cook. It doesn't work. And I think if we want to develop Indian brands, we had better know how to make. Then we shall know how to design. And yes, sooner or later, then we can graduate to a stage when design itself gets to be such a unique component and feature that, we can then maybe get it made elsewhere. But we've got to simply start by manufacturing. We cannot leapfrog straight into high-end hand design. I think if we look at electronics, I'd kind of break that up, and again, Mr. Krishnan has explained that, so I'll try and be as brief as I can, into two large opportunities the way we see it. One is clearly on the so-called EMS side, where I would argue that we do have certain adjacencies and skills. I think that's a sector that we can, and a lot of progress has been made. We have the leader, Josh, sitting over here, I think, who's kind of showed us the way. Tatas have followed. We have Dixon as well, who's been doing a number of things. So we have people who've been working in this space for quite a while. But we need to also understand that this kind of manufacturing India has not seen before, where you have a combination of scale and precision and surface finish. The combination of these three coming together in one place is not something that this country is familiar with. We've seen them in individual industries and so on and so forth, but not something that comes together. And we therefore need to gear ourselves up and make sure that we are able to learn on how exactly all this is to be done. And given the entire competitive landscape, let's face it, you cannot work at productivity levels and efficiency levels which are very close to 100%, if not maybe a few percentage points here or there is in a sense, quote unquote, allowable, but that's it. We cannot afford to be lax, and that's the degree of sophistication and expertise that we need to kind of arrive at. I think Mr. Krishnan made a point about also creation of jobs, because once in a while we hear this thing that does manufacturing really create jobs, and what are the kind of jobs? Are there low-end jobs? Let me try and throw a few numbers at you just to kind of make sense. Let's say we were to make 100 million phones. By the way, within electronics, the single largest category of electronic goods are smartphones. Let's say we were to make 100 million, say, high-end phones in the country. My rough numbers tell me that this number, that for this volume, it can easily create about 350,000 direct jobs. This will require at least about 15,000 plus CNC machines. This will require about 60,000 fixtures that have to be changed every 2 years. This will require 10 million pieces of cutting tools every year. The multiplier effect, and by the way, we already have CNC machines that are being made in India. We already have cutting tools that are being made in this country. Fixtures is a skill that is coming in, and I'm pretty sure it's just a question of time. I see colleagues who are setting up glass factories and other components out here. So just take 350,000 jobs, multiply that by the rest of the ecosystem. My guess is it will have a multiplier effect of, God knows, 6, 7, 8 plus, let alone the capability, the competence, and the platform setting that will happen for the future. Because this, remember, is just one product. You can use the same skills to get on and make many other products which are similar in nature. So to argue that EMS or electronics manufacturing is not job creating, is lower end of jobs, etc., I think is again a reflection of not really understanding what manufacturing process is all about. I respect economists a lot, but I would really urge that please respect poor manufacturing managers on the shop floor as well. I would urge you, as again Mr. Krishnan has said, I would urge you to come and look at the shop floors that Josh has, come and take a look at what we do, and then tell me whether what is being done over there is so-called low-value added manufacturing that's just tightening bolts and so on. After you see that, I would then like to have a discussion on what really the point is. The other dimension, of course, of the electronics manufacturing is the entire semiconductor piece. And again, I think Mr. Krishnan explained that very well. And there's a lot of discussion, by the way, even on the EMS, should these benefits of PLI, etc., being given, why spend so much of money? The point is, we are playing catch up. Let's face it, we completely missed the bus of electronics manufacturing in this country over the last decade plus. We completely missed it. We now have an opportunity. We have to catch up. And I think the incentives, the model of the incentives, the way the government has positioned it, is basically to make good for some amount of lost time through certain incentives, which then, of course, as we all know, kind of fall apart after some time, is to play that catch-up role. That's all that there is to it. And any argument, therefore, to suggest that it should not be given is, again, I think, does not reflect the true understanding of what it takes to develop a complete manufacturing ecosystem. On the semiconductor side, again, without getting into too much detail, because I know that you've had a number of sessions earlier, you have the entire packaging side, and then, of course, you have the entire fab side, where you're actually going to be making chips. And you could argue it is so capital intensive. Is this something that we should be doing? Can India as a country afford it? So let me ask, can India as a country afford to send a mission to the moon? Why are we doing it? We are doing it because these things teach us. They set us up for the future. If we start doing packaging, and packaging, by the way, today, as many of you over here would understand better than I do, is no longer a very low-end kind of an activity, simply because there are limits to what you can do with a chip, and therefore packaging has evolved to be an extremely sophisticated and complicated manufacturing process, and I would argue India is pretty well suited to do that. The same with the fab. A country of our size, both in terms of number of people and in terms of size of the economy, I mean, I certainly think we can set up a fab. Is it expensive? Yes, it is. But then someone's got to do it, and it's got to get done. And in this dimension, when it comes to semiconductors, let us appreciate that since we don't have technology, we're going to have to buy it and then develop it on the back of that, let's say, initial step. Technology is not going to be cheap, but we've got to take that step, and we've got to move on. I don't think we have an alternative. The last point that I'd like to really make is that why is it that now manufacturing all of a sudden gets to be so, let's say, attractive and interesting? First, I articulated all the reasons in terms of the supporting conditions that we have as a country. But second, in recent memory, I don't think that we've had corporate performance, financial performance, the state of the balance sheet of the country, as well as the state of the lenders and the banking institutions, all doing very well together. Let's face it, this is a capital-intensive business. But I think the conditions to be able to deploy that capital, to raise that capital and deploy that capital, is now there. We do have companies who have the wherewithal to raise that much of capital, who are big enough now. 20, 30, 40 years ago, maybe they didn't have, but today they do. And I think this is the time, and particularly I would urge the Indian industry to really get out of the comfort zones, take on some of these risks, because this, as I said in the beginning, is all about nation building. The other point is, if you go back in history, when I started my career in manufacturing, anyone running a factory 30 or 40 years ago would tell you that just the pain and hassle of running and compliances and regulation, etc., would kill any entrepreneurial spirit that there might have been. You cut to today, and if you just see how is it that all this has evolved, I think it is much faster, it is much smoother. Tamil Nadu is a classic example of how efficiency in the executive and the bureaucracy, which carries on despite a change in political leadership, has encouraged so much of investment to come in and so much of development to happen. And it is no surprise that as a consequence, the earning levels in the state, all the other social indicators, etc., in the state have also improved. And I think this is really an example of how maybe other states in the country should follow and make sure that I think we succeed. My last point, and with finish, I see a lot of eyes at me, is that our biggest asset that we have is our people. There's no question about that. But we need to have a workforce that is productive. And I would just leave you with a thought that I'm not sure, while skills are important, but more important than skills is going to be the basic education levels in people in terms of numeracy, in terms of discipline, in terms of attitude. My experience on the shop floor tells me, you give me a person with basic numeracy skills, a right attitude, and a sense of discipline and so on, I can skill that person in 6 to 8 weeks flat in whatever I want to do. But you give me the most skilled person and he doesn't have those attributes, he or she doesn't have those attributes, I just can't work with those people. That's something that we really need to work on. And, of course, at the higher end, when we're talking about semiconductors and so on, I think we need to double down on that as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much indeed for your patience. Once again, we have a tremendous opportunity here ahead of us. We as starters have decided to get into it head on. I do believe that if the big companies don't take the lead, who will? So we have, and I think you keep reading from time to time the various initiatives that we are taking. We are proud of what we are doing. We thank the government for all the support, and we really feel that India is set for a very bright future in the years to come. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Banmali ji. I think the emphasis on manufacturing is very clear. And it's actually right that how can you write a recipe if you don't know how to cook? I think that's going to stick to my mind for a very long time and makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for those wonderful words and really, talking about, manufacturing and why we need to focus on that. With that, we have come to the conclusion of our two, keynote speakers. We will open, the floor for a few questions. I really don't have more than 5-7 minutes for this, but maybe 3 questions. So please do go ahead and, introduce yourself and please ask the question.
Sir, my name is Guru Raj. I was earlier MD of Wistron and also Flex when we set up Flex in Sri Perumbudur. Sir, I have 2 points to make. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Narendra Modi in 2012, and he had told me that मुझे गुजरात में वो बनाना है जो पूरे इंडिया में China में बनती है in electronics. And I also had the honor of meeting Sonia Gandhi ji when we inaugurated Flex in 2006, when she said this was a dream of Rajiv Gandhi ji. So those dreams are coming true now. But my question, sir, to maybe both of you is, sir, you said that Indian companies, and I now am MD of an Indian EMS company, the constraints on capital and whatever there was some years ago still continue on medium scale Indian companies to grow in EMS, though we really want to grow. And we are seeing some growth. And of course, PLI has been, a factor. And sir, I have a question to Krishnan sir, and that is, while you bifurcated, the semiconductor and the non-semiconductor pieces and value addition to 10 to 15% at this point of time in India, 10 years later, how much would you see this value addition is going to be?
Sorry, Mr. Krishnan was suggesting if I take the capital question, I think I'd rather look at it in terms of, each company would have the ability to invest risk capital based on the size of the company that there is. And I'm just urging that lean a little harder, stretch a little more based on whatever be the capacity and the ability that a company would have to invest, and look at it with a long-term perspective than a very short-term, return perspective. That was the point that I was making.
On the value addition, as I already pointed out and explained, that it is a global value chain. So in the electronic sector, even if we see a 35 to 40% value addition taking place in India, and with certain kinds of semiconductors that could go up even further, I think that would be a good place to be at.
Next, anybody else, please? Yeah, please.
So you said component manufacturing is very important. So how do you bring component manufacturing here? Do you think you can build the component manufacturing through FDI investments, or we learn from foreign companies, or are you expecting Indian companies to build their own components? It's more like the Saz says to cook. So are we going to learn from the chefs, or we are going to be amateur cooks? So what is the best way to go around it?
My guess is it's going to be a mix of all of it. He already made out that, in certain areas we've lost out on the technology, and therefore you might have to buy the technology and make it here. There would be that bit of that component. There could be also other cases where, in earlier times when the electronics manufacturing in India was fairly strong, there are certain elements of the components which were getting made in India, and those could again be revived in some form through suitable support mechanisms. So it will be a mix of both. Some of the technology you buy out and make it here. Some of the technology you develop based on what is already pre-existing. Would you like to add to that?
If I may just add to what Mr. Krishnan said, I think one of the trickiest aspects when you're setting up a new facility is demand, right? Now here we have a situation where demand is not an issue. There's ample scale and demand for from a value chain perspective, for anything that you might want to set up. Now it's a question of, can you do it yourself if you have some adjacent skills, or partner? I think those are choices that, everyone can make. But the one most critical factor about ample demand is a risk which is off the table, which is, I think, a huge place for any investment to happen.
One more question, sir. Please do introduce yourself when you ask the question. We'll close after this question, please, because we are running out of time.
Good morning. Thanks for such great insights. I'm Devarshi. I head transaction banking for South India for DBS Bank. We are significant collaborators for this industry as a financial partner. My question to you is that we heard a fantastic, bright future and opportunity which is on the anvil. As a key stakeholder and participant for this industry, what do you think as a banking fraternity could help accelerate and expedite some of the aspirations that the industry may have?
What do you want from bankers?
We just give us money. I mean, it's as simple as that. But I think if you look at this, as the point that I was making earlier, that if you look at this as nation building, which means there will be a learning curve, which means there will be some of that dimension, if that's the approach that large investors are taking by putting in their equity, can the banking and the lending community do the same? If the view of the lending community is again going to be, I need everything assured and guaranteed and this and that, well, that's one way of banking. But could you kind of match that up? The second is, one of the biggest challenges India faces is the cost of capital. And if that is something that could be addressed, I think it could be a long way to kind of get this industry going.
I think he said what needs to be said. And fundamentally, I think with banking and with capital in India, the real thing is that the skill to actually appraise a project and figure out that and to bet the right horses is very important. Sometimes we get more into the collateral and how is it that you'll be convinced that the amounts would be returned is more the concern. But I think to find instruments which have an element of risk attached to them, and to find instruments which can actually meet that kind of capital requirement and also be a little patient with what happens. That is what needs to be done. So a lot of it is really about structuring. A lot of it is really about making sure that longer term capital is available for strategic industries of this kind. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think, perfect insights for everybody here. I will now, invite Mr. Madhusudan Reddy, IAS, to please come on the dais and present, mementos to the two keynote speakers, our two eminent personalities here. Is that a memento of the bull race that happens in Chennai? Oh, it is? Okay, oh, that's nice. So we have to catch the bull by the horns, right, Josh? Thank you so much, sir. I would, request you to kindly stay back with us as far as possible and take a seat in the front row. Whatever time you have, please do. And I will now request the panelists to come on the dais. We have to, that is, an important part of the session. So I'll first request the chair of the session, Mr. Atul Lal, to kindly come on the dais. I also request our other panelists, eminent speakers, Mr. Shashi Kumar Gendam, Managing Director, Salcomp. Shashi, please welcome on the dais. Mr. Deepak Sharma, CEO and Managing Director, Schneider. Welcome, sir. It's nice to see you in a suit. The other day we saw you in a different attire, but great to see you. Thank you so much for being with us. Dr. Sriram Srinivasan, Executive Director, Sirma SGS, Technology and Engineering Services. Dr. Sriram, and Mr. Bob Buttermore, Senior Vice President and Chief Supply Officer, Rockwell Automation. Wish you all the best, sir, for your investment plans here. I will briefly introduce Mr. Lal, who is going to be the chair of the session. Mr. Atul Lal is the Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Dixon Technologies India Limited, which has created history of sorts in the last 5 to 7 years, becoming one of the largest companies in the country in this area and a global company. Mr. Lal is a graduate from BITS Pilani. He has been associated with Dixon since inception, which I think, sir, is now more than 30 years. So he's been walking along with Mr. Sunil Vachani, I think, each step of each step. And they've come this far. With nearly 3 decades of experience in EMS, he has served as a member of the Technical Evaluation Committee for Electronics Manufacturing Services under MSIPS of MIT. Mr. Lal is also currently my president of Elsina, and he has been also awarded Man of Consumer Electronics for the year 2022-23 by CMA. With those few words, I would hand over to Mr. Atul Lal to take the session forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajuji. Thank you so much. I think the two speakers, Mr. Krishnan and Mr. Agrawala, have so aptly summarized the contours of our industry. Taking that forward, we have an extremely august set of speakers here. Without wasting any time, I would get on to my job of curating this session. I would like to start with Mr. Sasi Kumar Gendam. Sasi is a dear colleague of ours in the industry. Mr. Sasi Kumar has worked in Celcom for the past 13 years. He's the managing director of this company.
is one of the largest device manufacturers in Tamil Nadu and in the country. Sasi, before the start of the session, told me that don't waste too much time on very detailed introduction, get on with your job. So I'm going to follow you. So, Sasi, I think we all realize in the industry that devices manufacturing for consumption within India and in certain categories, especially the ones you have captured it so well, you're already globally competitive when you're servicing global markets. The question that I would like to ask you is that we are all keen now that for this to be sustainable, for this to be sticky, how can we deepen the manufacturing, let's say, in your set of devices? What needs to be done, specifically on the non-semiconductor side, from both the industry and the government perspective? And when I'm talking about the government, you have a large presence in Tamil Nadu from the state government perspective. So please.
First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity and very good afternoon, everyone. I was really, it was such an honor to listen to both the speakers previously, which they touched upon almost everything that I wanted to say. But then, in my own words, I would say that there are absolutely 3 areas that we will have to focus. The opportunity that we have today is like never before. The kind of opportunities just in our hands, be it on products, assemblies, sub-assemblies, components, whatever we speak of. But I would say to continue this momentum and continue being competitive globally, there is absolutely 3 things that we will have to focus as an industry. And I put that in perspective as 3 Ps. So one is really the parts, which I talk about, the components. And second is certainly the process. How do we actually manufacture these components and products? And third, of course, goes without saying, is the people, to be ready to make sure that, that we're able to have all of this. So let me go one by one first. The parts, components. It was already mentioned very clearly, we have PLI schemes for the finished products, but at the same time, we have schemes that have been rolled out for semiconductors, which is extreme on the other end of the value chain. But then the ones in between, which are these, the passive components, that's absolutely a focus area that needs to be done both by the central as well as the state governments in order to increase the value add that we have been talking about. I think that's a very, very important area going forward, because we have addressed both ends of the spectrum, but we need to focus on what's really where the value add is going to come. And I think that's where, as an industry and LCN as an association, all of our members come in play. So second piece is basically the people part that I spoke. I can tell you in the last 3 to 5 years, the way that all of us have seen in terms of growth, the speed at which we are all growing is actually very difficult to catch up. That's a scenario that we are living in today. So therefore, skilling people to be ready for this, and second thing is, upskilling people, and at the same time, creating sufficient bandwidth, starting from the academia level. It is really a very important aspect if we are focusing on real high-tech manufacturing, and then like design-led ecosystem that we are focusing on. So we have to start creating that both as an industry and academia. I think we will have a major role to play together. That's what nations like Taiwan has done and Korea has done, for example, bringing in vocational courses from inception. That's the second part, I would say, as people. And third, coming to process. We are now targeting an industry that's globally competitive, very high volume manufacturing, and there is no room for error. And also Mr. Banwali Agrawala mentioned about, the acceptance rates are like 99.9 plus. So there is no way that, you can make a percentage of rejection or half a percentage of rejection when it's such a competitive industry. So therefore, automation actually is going to be the key. And without automation, I would say that, despite being a nation of 1.4 billion people, but I think without being very highly automated, of course, with highly skilled jobs supporting the automation industry, we would not be able to get there. So these are my three takes, I would say, in short.
Thank you so much, Sashi. So just to summarize what you're saying, can I just take a plunge and come directly to the point that our ask as devices manufacturer from the governments, both central and state level, is that for the non-semiconductor part, we are asking for a PLI kind of a scheme.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's one. So the second point that you very specifically mentioned is that we need a deepening of interface between us and the academia. And the third is automation. And I think it's our good fortune that today we have Bob and we have Deepak here. So can you just deep dive more and ask these gentlemen how they can support me and you and Dr. Shriram in our EMS industry for automation?
Yeah. See, the first level of automation, it's kind of basic assembly that we do. It's not just assembly, but then you have very high tech inspections that's happening, and then of course testing. But then can we all integrate this together? Because this is really a high volume industry. Certainly there's no doubt about it. But though there's like medium and mix and all of that, but I think in certain categories, especially phones and all the other subcomponents, like there's a very high level of vertical integration that we can do. So if I have to go direct to Mr. Bob, is that, there is an industry here already in place and then further growing more. In your address, we would like to understand what would be your plans, in terms of setting up automation and to support this growth phase in the state of Tamil Nadu and in India, to support companies like ours and many more to come, to be able to address this automation piece, which is very critical and very vital if we have to go global. Because right now we have supported all the domestic demand and there is some amount of exports, but without export, I don't think we can survive as an industry. Therefore, I think your intervention there as a company would be the biggest support.
So I'll come straight to you, Mr. Bob Buttermore. Just to introduce Mr. Robert Buttermore, he's the Senior Vice President and Chief Supply Chain Officer at Rockwell. In this global leadership role, Bob heads the Integrated Supply Chain Organization and is responsible for leading strategy, execution, and development of logistics and customer care. He has played a very strategic role in certain acquisitions at Rockwell. So hearty welcome to you, and a red carpet being rolled out to you by Indian government, by Indian industry, and of course the Tamil Nadu government. Before coming to Sasi's question, I have some insight of what Rockwell is planning to do in India. We understand that you're a global conglomerate. You have certain options. You're considering a significant investment in India. What is your ask from central government and specifically state government for this to fructify? Because we are really keen to have this investment footprint of Rockwell in India. I hope I can have the audacity to ask you this question.
Well, thank you for the question, and thanks for having us here today. And I really loved the finish to your answer, number 3, automation. Obviously, as Rockwell Automation, that's a big deal. Just before I jump into answering the question directly, I do want to your point on automation, right? I mean, we are a 120-year-old company that is solely dedicated to industrial automation for manufacturing and digital transformation. And, we wake up every single day focused on expanding human possibility by creating the future of industrial operations through a connected enterprise, right? So it fits exactly into the needs that you're talking about that you have. Now, to your question about, what are we going to do and what do we need to put manufacturing in India here, and specifically right where we're sitting today. There's, when we look at manufacturing, it's a long-term view. When we put a facility in place, we're not looking at that for a short-term period. We're looking at that for 40, 50 years. So when we look at and drive decisions around putting manufacturing facilities in place, we look for that long-term view. We look for things that are going to drive long-term cost to serve for us, long-term growth, and long-term resiliency. And we look at 4 different things when we're evaluating that. And I'll use these 4 things then to answer your question very directly as we go through that. The 4 things that we look for in order to make those decisions on manufacturing, number 1 is infrastructure. Number 2 is talent. Number 3 is around ease of doing business. And then number 4 is really around good policy, good political stability, and good global, collaborator from a country perspective. So starting with number 1, infrastructure, we look for, the location to have strong port access, to have strong road infrastructure, to have strong power infrastructure in that area in order to make sure that we can be successful with manufacturing. Also the second, so if I move to the second one and talk about talent, when we look for talent, we really look for, a large talent pool that can be long-term sustainable, not just a talent pool that's available today, but that the mechanisms are in place to drive that talent for long-term. And when we talk about talent, I think this goes very well to our 2 previous speakers. We're talking about talent from a manufacturing associate perspective, from a tech perspective, we're talking about it from a management perspective, and from really supply chain capabilities comprehensively. So that's the second piece. The third piece we look for is around ease of doing business, right? When you look at tariffs, both import-export, you look at tax and duty structure, that's really important. But also, and this was one thing that I really enjoyed in the 2 previous speakers, one thing that's really important when we go into a country or look to go into a country around ease of doing business is, do we have the ability to localize our supply chain? So we need a comprehensive supply chain in that market. And that's a part of ease of doing business when we do that evaluation. And then the last one around, good policy, good political stability, good, global collaborator. That's really around setting us up for, long-term, competitiveness in that market, long-term growth in that market, and long-term security. Security and safety for our people, security and safety for our brand, and security and safety for our IP, both what is developed in that particular market, but also our global IP. So those are the 4 things that we look at when we look at evaluating a market. And I think in many of those categories, the environment here today is really positive. But the word I would say when I talk about areas that, I'd like to see acceleration is, how do you accelerate, and transform at a faster pace, right? If you were looking to do things in 10 years, do them in 5 years. So that we can continue to create an environment that's really positive. The environment that's been created is positive. When you look at it, you have great port access. You get great talent availability across all the spectrums I talked about. Your power infrastructure, it's a power surplus. You're in a really good position from a power perspective. Really good policy in place and politics. If I think about areas to accelerate, it's how do we make that, that transformation happen faster? How do we, accelerate our competitiveness on logistics and, and that? How do we accelerate our competitiveness on more localized manufacturing that allows companies to completely localize their supply chain? Because that makes you more competitive in the world market. Because when we go into a market, we're looking to not only serve the local, but produce for the global and export everything that we're doing here out to the world. So those are some of the areas I think that really good, areas to improve and how we make those decisions. And we're looking forward to making that decision very shortly.
That's really heartening. That's really heartening. So can I summarize and say that we're ticking most of the boxes?
I think so.
That's great. And hopefully we're going to have an extremely encouraging announcement from Rockville side very shortly. Thank you so much. That's really heartening. I'll come to my senior colleague, Dr. Shriram Srinivasan, sir. Dr. Shriram, of course, needs no introduction, but however, as a formality, he's the executive director at CES. He's based out of Chennai. He's responsible for design and technical services for the company. Academically, he holds a BTech from IIT Madras and MS and PhD from North Carolina University. He's the member board of directors of ISA and has worked and built many, many companies earlier. Dr. Shriram, we have had some earlier debates, and I've fallen in line with your point of view.
I've been noticing.
So the question which was also raised by the two senior speakers is that at some point of time, we need to own the design, and we need to own the IP, and we need to be designing the products to create value, to enhance the stickiness in our industry. That's the first question. So what's your viewpoint? What needs to be done on that side? Because you see, business is business. At least in the EMS industries, the margin profile is so gruesome that how to take out that money. And I think we need to take out that money. I subscribe to that view. And that is one. And the second is that I was just reading Elon Musk biography, and he said that his design engineers have to sit alongside the assembly lines. And Sasi also mentioned that point, that at present possibly the academia and the industry are working in silos. So what and how that interface can be created to really make it much more productive, which all of us realize, all of us in the industry realize is extremely important because the kind of inflection point that we are sitting on. So if you could have your views on these 2 points, Dr. Shriram.
Okay. Thank you, Atulji. I think this is off syllabus because what we discussed and what you're asking, it's okay. I mean, because I think you're biased a little bit by the 2 excellent presentations we had just before this, so it normally happens that way. No grief. I will try to answer your question. Just want to go back about 2-3 months back. I was invited to an IESA conference with the Minister of State for Electronics, MIT. And it was a very, very refreshing kind of meeting where we actually started talking about PLI and what PLI can do. And the minister said, look, at the end of it, it's not about the 4 or 6%, but I want you to all get 11% by buying components from India. And that's the kind of scope of PLI that is buried inside all the fine print that we have put out. And he said, I want India to own the IPs, right? And that was very refreshing for me because there were people from, I think Mr. Gururaj was there, and people from academia, from industry, from people who create the core IPs. Everyone was there. I think the who's who of electronics industry was there. And it was very refreshing. Somebody asked the question, look, I'm an American company and I come to India, I employ Indian engineers. I create an IP, which I own. Is that okay? Will that qualify for DLI? And the minister's answer was no. Unless India owns that IP as a country, I don't think the DLI should be given to you. So I think this is the current thinking of the government. If you go really deep into what they are saying and not saying. And I think this was for me very refreshing because if you look at in the electronics market, I think 70% of the value is still owned by the when they push me into engineering services. Then there is logic, there is memory, there is discrete analog and others. All that when you add up and throw in manufacturing equipment for chips, etc. You have 70% to 78% of the value chain controlled by US and its allies. I mean, whom they decided to share it with over the last 60 years. And where did it all begin? It began with the Man on the Moon project. And as soon as that project was over, DARPA, which is the defense arm of the US, just took charge of all the technology around electronics and chip operation between academia, industry, and people who supply these equipments and the remaining stuff. And so it comes back to the old argument that we've always had. Is India, Indian industry, Indian government investing enough in R&D? I don't think so. So if you have to put at least 2% back, because that's your own saving. You're not doing it, you're not giving it back to me. It's your own investment. I think we have a wonderful chance, Atulji, to really challenge not just the 30% that we have been talking about since this morning, but the entire 100%. It'll take time. It'll take 7 to 10 years even to scratch the surface of that remaining 70%. But I want to think big here. I don't want to think just the 30%, because even China, Taiwan is allowed to play only in the last 30% of the tail of that value chain, not the entire value chain. And I think that's the perspective I want to bring to this panel. I think government, academia, and industry can come together and do a great job on this in the next 7 to 10 years. And I think that is what I want to emphasize as part of this question that you asked me. I hope I answered all your
absolutely.
all your questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Sriram. Thank you very much. So I think the takeaway, and I think it's an extremely important takeaway, is that in the government scheme of things, in the policy interventions that they're doing, DLI is going to be an extremely important element. We have already seen it happening in telecom devices side. And also, Dr. Sriram, in our approach paper from Elsina side that we're submitting to the government, DLI is going to be an important PLI intervention that we are suggesting. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
I would only suggest start calling it deep DLI and not just DLI.
So we will make it DDLI.
Yeah, DDLI.
Okay. I'll now come to Mr. Deepak Sharma. Deepak ji is the CEO and MD of Schneider. And who doesn't know Schneider? It's one of those iconic conglomerates. Deepak ji has 30 years of experience with 24 years at Schneider Electric, handling diverse leadership roles based out of India, France, China, and US, across energy management and industrial automation business. Most recently, he served as SVP, Mergers and Acquisitions, International Operations. Schneider Electric, where he led the merger of L&T Electrical and Automation business with Schneider Electric. Hearty welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Coming directly to two questions. You know that undoubtedly, we feel that the electronics manufacturing industry in India is at an inflection point. Many of us, in our parlance, we call it our Y2K moment. So that's the kind of buoyancy, that's the kind of upbeat that is there in our industry. So how do you think Schneider can contribute towards that? We raised this question to Sasi, and we in Dixon also realize, in the EMS industry realize, that although we're going to have 50,000 people in our single campuses for manufacturing, but this is precision manufacturing and automation is the key. So one, how you can help us on that automation journey. Second, Schneider has a large footprint in India. You're really contributing to Indian economy. How you can source, and during our pre-discussions for this panel, we already understand that you have a large vendor base and vendor ecosystem in India, which is supporting Schneider's initiative in India. How do you think you can expand it more to Elsina membership and in Tamil Nadu? So these two specific questions.
Thank you, Mr. Atul. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, it's a pleasure and honor. If it's okay if I start the second first and come to the first later. So first, well, Schneider, as you said, we are present in the country now for 60 years. We are the third biggest economy for business for the group in the country, for Schneider Electric. We are almost 37,000 people in the country, 30 factories in the country. As we talk, we're building 5 more. And we have almost 7,000, because I started the year last year with 6. I think by the end of the year, almost 7,000 R&D engineers who are developing projects in India for India and India for global. And one of our highest registration of patents are in the country. So we have been one of the few companies who came to the country very strongly years ago and have not waited for all the support only, but probably took the action of investing and becoming the most global local company in the country, right? So that's where we are present. And and actually our first factory, when I joined the group way back in '99, was a small I would say, garage factory, but it was a very small factory in northern part of the country. A real industrial factory first came in the country way back in 2000 was in Ambattur in the state. So Tamil Nadu has been close to us. Today we have 4 factories in the state. 2 in Chennai itself, 1 in Hosur, 1 in Coimbatore. The youngest one is in Chennai, which is recently investment of 300 plus crores, and we are actually completing that factory. And once that completes, of course, we met the minister in the morning. We want to build the phase 3 and so on. So our commitment to the country, our commitment to the state is there for years. Not because we bring technology, we also serve the Indian power, as an infrastructure. This particular center is powered by Schneider Electric, right? The recent inauguration by the CM, by the Honorable CM and the Prime Minister of Tiruchirappalli was powered by our technologies. So again, metros in this state, there's a lot of give and take which has happened between the governments and companies like us. And that only gives us the reason that we can keep growing from that relationship both in the country and India for India and India for the global. Now coming back to the first one, so again we are very, very proud partners to the state and to the country in building the infrastructure both from energy management and automation. And of course there are plans to invest more because there are only a few places on the earth you can think about the growth numbers we are looking at. And India is probably few of them places where we can look at that returns. Now coming back on the first, why it becomes important from a semiconductor, digital, because what we are building in this country is probably, there are not too many places on the earth, right? Our energy sector is gonna be 2x in the next few years. Our electricity demand is gonna be 6x in the next 25 years. All that is needed to power the expansions we are looking at, right? The self-reliance, the self-independence or self-dependence we are building on. All that would need much more manufacturing, right? And what happens with that is, what brings a responsibility is to build it right. We don't want to build the way the West built and we have to correct it. We want to build it right. That means we want to build without compromising the tomorrow, what we call the word sustainable. How do we build a sustainable infrastructure so that it's not compromising the future of our generations to come? And that's where the story of digitization comes in, which is about how do I build a tomorrow? I mean, all of us probably are wearing electronic gadgets to monitor our health. Digital factory or a digital company is nothing but a measurement of your enterprise, right? How do you run an enterprise? And this is proved. I mean, we built our own factories. Our Hyderabad factory is the lighthouse factory recognized by World Economic Forum in the country. There are not too many in the country. There are only a few you can count on the hand. We are one of them. And when you look at the data of a connected smart manufacturing plant, the upside, the downtime, the productivity, the green, all that is measurable, and it helps you to build something safer tomorrow. So I think the point I want to make is that the future of tomorrow cannot be built without digitization. And until you do digitize, the core of the digitization is going to be the core of electronics and the software, right? And that marriage and coupling is important to build the tomorrow easier, cleaner, and better. And that becomes the opportunity that the growth of electronic industry per se is going to be even growing higher and faster in years to come. So optimism is high. I think the opportunities are huge. And I think companies like us and our fellow colleagues in the same industry are here to serve it. The only point I would leave with this is not possible just with one particular individual or one corporate. This needs a full ecosystem. And I think what we see at the state level, at the country level, a full ecosystem participation, and that comes from companies like corporates like us, a technology provider, which is an automation provider, and you're happy to showcase, right? We say in North, halwai apni mithai nahi khata, so it's very difficult to convince if your mithai is quick, right? So you have to come to our own kitchen. You have to come and see our own factories. The factories we have built in these countries are on the top notch of the world level to show sustainability. Not only that, you can go to our customers. I take one because I'm authorized by them, like Capgemini. Capgemini is, again, a group. They have 30 campuses in this country. We have worked a full sustainable story with them where we have reduced 30% of their consumption through digitization. When I say digitization, the electronics and the software is the core of that story. So what we want to leave this is possible, huge opportunities, huge automation stories possible, coming together as governments, as private sectors, as corporates, together to solve that problem will help us to build tomorrow. And of course, technologies do exist to solve the bigger problem of automating a line, which I prove is a smaller problem. I think the real is how to maintain that line. How do you create an ecosystem where you can run the data on a cloud or on your tablet, and how do you ensure this is communicable from a long-term perspective? And of course, I can read all those numbers, which helps you to say how is your downtown efficiency, sustainability, green scorecard, and so on, achievable in a normal. Specifically on semicon, and I've taken too much time, we've even launched a full-scale program called Catalyst, where our global partners are participating not just to automize, because I would say, again, automation is easy. It's how to ensure the automation is going to solve the scope 1, scope 2, and the scope 3 emissions of your value chain. So all that program is also helping us to ensure while we automate, we also deliver the sustainability. For us at Schneider Electric, powering automation and including the sustainability story at a sustainable level is the core story we want to build. And I think semicon brings a very, very important phase. Again, very super excited that the first one coming in Gujarat, the recent expansion is also powered by Schneider Electric. So a lot to talk about, but a lot of optimism, a lot of excitement to power the country and automation through a sustainable way. Very long.
Dr. Mr. Reddy. Mr. Atul Lal, thank you, Atulji. Mr. Shashikumar Gendam, thank you so much. Great performance for Tamil Nadu and for the country. Dr. Shriram, a real technical expert and insightful R&D man now, I think. Right, sir? Mr. Deepak Sharma, thank you so much. And Mr. Bob Buttermore, thank you so much to all the panelists. Maybe you can have a group photograph, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. We conclude the session. Thank you.
The electronics manufacturing hub of India, the state aspires to move up the value chain by creating high-end jobs that meet the aspirations of our youth. The state has introduced the Tamil Nadu Semiconductor and Advanced Electronics Policy 2024. This policy provides a unique combination of capital subsidies and substantial production-linked incentives. Additionally, to develop the semiconductor design ecosystem, the policy also offers an attractive payroll subsidy. This policy will contribute significantly to achieving our Honorable Chief Minister's vision of a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Tamil Nadu is the electronics manufacturing hub of India. The state aspires to move up the value chain by creating high-end jobs that meet the aspirations of our youth. The state has introduced the Tamil Nadu Semiconductor and Advanced Electronics Policy 2024. This policy provides a unique combination of capital subsidies and substantial production-linked incentives. Additionally, to develop the semiconductor design ecosystem, the policy also offers an attractive payroll subsidy. This policy will contribute significantly to achieving our Honorable Chief Minister's vision of a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Tamil Nadu is the electronics manufacturing hub of India. The state aspires to move up the value chain by creating high-end jobs that meet the aspirations of our youth. The state has introduced the Tamil Nadu Semiconductor and Advanced Electronics Policy 2024. This policy provides a unique combination of capital subsidies and substantial production-linked incentives. Additionally, to develop the semiconductor design ecosystem, the policy also offers an attractive payroll subsidy. This policy will contribute significantly to achieving our Honorable Chief Minister's vision of a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Tamil Nadu is the electronics manufacturing hub of India. The state aspires to move up the value chain by creating high-end jobs that meet the aspirations of our youth. The state has introduced the Tamil Nadu Semiconductor and Advanced Electronics Policy 2024. This policy provides a unique combination of capital subsidies and substantial production-linked incentives. Additionally, to develop the semiconductor design ecosystem, the policy also offers an attractive payroll subsidy. This policy will contribute significantly to achieving our Honorable Chief Minister's vision of a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Tamil Nadu is the electronics manufacturing hub of India. The state aspires to move up the value chain by creating high-end jobs that meet the aspirations of our youth. The state has introduced the Tamil Nadu Semiconductor and Advanced Electronics Policy 2024. This policy provides a unique combination of capital subsidies and substantial production-linked incentives. Additionally, to develop the semiconductor design ecosystem, the policy also offers an attractive payroll subsidy. This policy will contribute significantly to achieving our Honorable Chief Minister's vision
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, delegates, welcome to an insightful session exploring the dynamics of advanced manufacturing in emerging economies. Today, we're going to take a deep dive into the realm of innovation and technology, witnessing its impact in the manufacturing sphere of developing economies. This session, of course, aims to unravel the evolution, the potential of advanced manufacturing, emphasizing its significance in driving economic growth, while also fostering opportunities in developing markets. As we begin this session, it is, of course, my privilege to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker. With a wealth of experience that's marked by steadfast commitment to pioneering sustainable initiatives, our speaker has been an influential figure in the renewable energy landscape. His visionary leadership at First Solar has not only reshaped industry norms, but also propelled innovative strategies that redefine the future of advanced manufacturing. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome Mr. Mark Widmar, Chief Executive Officer of First Solar Incorporated, to grace the stage and, of course, deliver the keynote address. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
All right, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, to be part of this distinguished panel, and an honor, obviously, to provide the keynote. I thought maybe it'd be helpful just to spend a minute or so here giving a couple more comments about First Solar. So, First Solar is U.S. headquartered. We are a solar technology and manufacturing company. We focus on our technology, we focus on our points of differentiation, and we focus on creating value to our end markets and to our customers. We're the only American company that's not Chinese, that's in the top 10 from a solar manufacturing standpoint. We've been around this industry for more than 2 decades. Our differentiated approach into everything we do has really been a key enabler to our success and why we've been able to be as successful as we have been. And those points of differentiation and leadership that we have are focused around our thin film semiconductor. So the semiconductor basically takes photons and makes electrons. We're the only company in the world of scale that has actually been able to commercialize a thin film technology. We have a distributed manufacturing and supply chain strategy and approach. We're vertically integrated, which means that within the 4 walls of our manufacturing facility, we do the entire production process. And within about 4 hours, from the time we put the first sheet of glass into the production process, we have a finished module coming out of the back end. And we're committed to what we refer to as responsible solar, which means we're focused on a circular economy and a strategy. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But one simple thing to say, I would say, is that we're unique in many things that we do. As I indicated, we've been in this industry for over 2 decades. Since that inception, we focused on manufacturing excellence and manufacturing differentiation and advanced manufacturing. And we created a template since the inception of this company to do that. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the details of the rest of my comments and the slides. This first slide just gives you an understanding of our production process and compares it to the crystalline silicon production process. The simplest thing is their process is much more fragmented, ours is much more integrated and seamless. We believe we operate the world's leanest, most efficient solar manufacturing facility, which sets a standard for capacity utilization and manufacturing cost. These facilities don't just set the bar for high-volume solar manufacturing. They set a high bar for manufacturing world. We have a one-product architecture controlled by a single set of global specifications for bill of materials, components, and one highly automated manufacturing process that produces 100% of our modules end-to-end under one roof. Unlike crystalline silicon, the production of wafers and cells is integrated into our manufacturing process and in our modules, leading to lower CapEx, energy usage, and labor costs per watt. In the simplest form, the sheet of glass is placed onto the manufacturing line, and approximately 4 hours later, using a fully automated process with no human hands touching the module, a fully functional solar panel emerges ready to be packaged for delivery to our customers. I like to say in simplest way is that we can make a module in 4 hours and we can deliver to a customer in less than 24 hours. And that's the model that we want to continue to strive towards. And while we started this journey 2 decades ago, our approach to advanced manufacturing is more relevant than ever today because it helps address 2 key challenges for the industry. The first is the need for transparency in supply chains. At a time when our industry is burdened by the issue of forced labor and opaque supply chains, our manufacturing template offers unparalleled transparency. Every module is fully traceable, offering our customers the assurance they need that the projects are not tainted by forced labor. The second key challenge is the need for resource efficiency. The industry is at the forefront of the fight against climate change, and we must ensure that solar technology contributes to that fight, not just with the energy produced by making solar panels better. Today, our solar panels have the lowest carbon and water footprint in the industry, and we continue to work to drive down our impact on the environment. This next slide is just a view of where we are now and what we've been able to do and focus on our factory in India. And we're very proud to bring advanced manufacturing to India, producing for India. In July of 2021, we announced a $700 million investment on a new manufacturing facility here in Tamil Nadu. 2 years later, the factory is fully functional and will, in fact, be inaugurated later this week. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the role of the government at the federal level and here in Tamil Nadu in enabling this facility. We've had nothing but cooperation and collaboration at both levels of government, and we're very pleased with how business-friendly India is. The speed with which we were able to build and commission a greenfield facility is a testament to the advanced manufacturing template that we have developed, and we're very proud of what we have achieved. The facility covers a total of 2.4 million square feet, equivalent to approximately 12 cricket fields. We directly employ 1,000 manufacturing associates, of which about 40% of them are female. And we indirectly employ approximately 350 contract workers to provide ancillary services. Like its sister facility in the United States, our Tamil Nadu factory converts sheets of glass into fully functioning solar panels in approximately 4 hours, untouched by human hands, operating 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We are proud of the fact that this new facility sets a new benchmark for sustainability in solar manufacturing. Recognizing the facility would be built in an area of high baseline water stress, we set ourselves the challenge to minimizing its water footprint. As part of our commitment to responsible solar, we work hard to ensure that our technology and operations embody sustainability and responsibility towards people and the planet. Today, we've achieved what we believe is the world's first net zero water withdrawal solar manufacturing system. That's not all. The factory is home to India's first high-value PV solar recycling plant, ensuring the circularity is built in. We pioneered high-volume solar recycling, which provides closed-loop semiconductor recovery for use in new modules, while we also were recovering other materials, including aluminum, glass, and laminates. We believe that advanced manufacturing and sustainability are symbiotic, and our new Tamil Nadu factory delivers on that vision. This next one is to bring things to reality. I thought we'd spend a little bit of time, I'll talk through this, but show a video of our factory in operation and show you the level of automation. This facility also delivers on our vision for advanced manufacturing at scale. None of this would be possible without some of the highest levels of sophistication in manufacturing environment today. Our team has created an automation framework with twin objectives of reducing human to machine interaction and reducing the need for human decision-making as part of the operational process. These objectives are designed to drive manufacturing efficiency and productivity, further building on our track record of operating the world's leanest, most efficient solar manufacturing facilities, which have the industry's highest capacity utilization rates. Digital innovation begins once a factory is on the drawing board. For our manufacturing template, we develop a digital twin, allowing us to simulate a production environment, identifying potential bottlenecks, and optimizing production both prior to construction, during ramp, and during high-volume manufacturing. The cycles of learning enabled reduced ramp time and the cost for every new facility that we build. Once our factories are operational, our fully integrated and fully automated process use advanced technology, including artificial intelligence and machine learning, to optimize efficiencies and processes. We have embraced robots and automated vehicles to mitigate some of the risk of moving large volume of glass on the manufacturing floor. What we've been able to deliver as a result is unmatched level of safety, product quality, reliability, and traceability. But what about the human element? I mentioned earlier, we have 1,000 associates at our facility in Tamil Nadu. What roles do humans play in such a highly automated environment? The reality is what we have is we've redefined manufacturing jobs. A decade or so ago, you would associate manufacturing jobs with material handling, quality control, and packing of modules as an example. Over the years, factory floor jobs have evolved from manual activities to monitoring the highly sophisticated equipment on the manufacturing line. As a result, the profile of the factory worker has changed for the better. Manufacturing work is highly skilled, requiring technical and intellectual capabilities, and is arguably more challenging and appealing to a younger generation of workers. We operate some of the cleanest, safest, most sophisticated solar manufacturing facilities in the world, and the fact that we've been able to attract so many young people to work for us in India speaks volumes about what we've been able to achieve to shift perceptions on the manufacturing jobs in that demographic. To summarize, our unique advanced manufacturing template has enabled our rapid expansion and continued growth. We began our current journey in 2018 with 600 megawatts of capacity. We now have a roadmap that will get us to 25 gigawatts and is continuing to grow. Our advanced manufacturing template has enabled our distributed manufacturing strategy, allowing us to place new facilities closer to demand. It has allowed us to respond rapidly to emerging policy environments. Our decision to invest in India was driven in part by the Indian government's ambition to restore the country's solar manufacturing capabilities and to reduce its dependency on China for solar panels. Our expansion in the U.S. was catalyzed by the Inflation Reduction Act and the U.S. government's goal to build on American solar value chain. In both instances, we were able to meet the moment, rapidly announcing new investments, again, fully vertically integrated facilities within 18 to 24 months of commissioning timelines. A lot has happened very quickly. As I indicated, we're very happy with the progress that we've made. We're happy with our overall technology leadership, and we're more than happy with our manufacturing excellence and how we've been able to embrace advanced manufacturing. Thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon. I look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing that differentiated, responsible approach with intentional transparency, automation, and AI and whatnot. Of course, with this, our session now takes an interesting turn. We have a one-of-a-kind conversation coming up here on stage. And to join us for this, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Santhanam B., Chief Executive Officer, Saint-Gobain Asia Pacific and India. As I said, an interesting conversation coming up. Good morning, gentlemen.
Mark, that was an absolutely short and impressive presentation of what advanced manufacturing can do. And I've had the privilege of working with First Solar for the last decade. I've always been impressed by how well you adapt yourself to a new country. You've been successful in Malaysia and Vietnam, of course, back in the US. But how has your experience been in India? It is still early days, but it's 29 months since you decided to come and 19 months since you decided to start the plant.
Right. Once we broke ground, yeah, it was about 19 months before that, and the first module came out of the factory. Look, the experience has been above and beyond any expectations that we had. I've mentioned to a few other people my journey in India actually started with a company I was with before, First Solar, that was really around 2000, where we put a manufacturing facility in Pondicherry. And so I had some experience of some of the challenges that we had to deal with at that point in time. So 2 decades later, world of difference. It's been phenomenal, the capability and skill set that we've been able to attract and hire, and their contributions that they've made from the onset has been above and beyond any expectations that we had. We were uncertain around how quickly we would not only complete the construction of the factory, how quickly we would actually be able to get the tools up and operational, and how quickly we could ramp. And we've exceeded all of our metrics. We're ahead of schedule. And as you may know, we've also have an MOU where we're talking already about adding incremental capacity to that facility because we're so encouraged with where we are right now.
Absolutely. And how did you find the industrial ecosystem? You're talking about a $700 million investment, setting up a capability in 19 months. You would have needed a fairly strong ecosystem of people who make utilities to your quality levels, the factories to be built, apart from the machineries to be commissioned. How did you find the ecosystem? What kind of advantages or challenges that you might have faced?
Yeah, it's really, again, another very pleasant surprise in that regard. So we've largely have used one general contractor for our U.S. operations, and when we did 2 factories in Malaysia and 2 factories in Vietnam, we used a different general contractor, but the same one. So they were very familiar with us. In India, we went with Tata Projects, so it was a new journey, a new opportunity, and we had to evolve a relationship with them. And we were able to do that very well. And from that standpoint, construction of the facility went extremely well. The other thing, as I mentioned before, because of the challenges around water in particular, we have a zero liquid discharge facility. We've never had that in any other facility. Around the world. So we were able to get that up and commissioned on time as well. And it couldn't have happened without the great partnerships and the collaboration that we found with our supply chain and ecosystem that we have in India. And we want to continue to leverage those opportunities on a global scale as well.
Yeah. So there's one thing which you talked about which really touched all our heart. And yesterday when you spoke, as well as today, and you just made a brief mention about you're starting the factory with 40% women. That's unheard of. To be honest, I'll ask a very politically incorrect question. That would have been impossible in the U.S., right?
No, look, not only in the U.S., but try Vietnam. I mean, try other
Even in
markets
Vietnam?
as well. Yeah, Vietnam's very challenging as well in that regard. So our global gender representation is around 20%, right?
Wow.
So 2x that in India. Yeah, off the ground. And then the capability and the technical skill sets that we were seeing here are really impressive in that regard. And as I indicated, we've changed kind of the view and the role of a manufacturing worker. It's much more technical, and what we're finding is a lot of our female associates bring those skills even better than some of our male associates in that regard. And so
that's not surprising.
and so they've been instrumental with the success that we've seen so far.
So do I have to worry about Sujoy? Okay, Sujoy, I think you have to worry about yourself. I think, okay, but the other thing is, you touched on something which we've been talking about, that advanced manufacturing is empowering employees because they do a higher level of work. You touched on that saying, look, we have all of these robotics and automation which take care of the drudgery out of what you have to do so that you really concentrate on the decision making that you have to do because there are thousands of decisions that your employees have to take. How has this been helpful? What we broadly call as a democratization of manufacturing.
Yeah, what it really does, and it actually creates a spark of interest and intrigue to a lot of our associates because now it's more about problem solving, right? You've taken that manual effort away. Now it's all about problem solving and optimization and start thinking through things like preventative maintenance and what we can do to improve overall machine availability and uptime. You start thinking about yield losses and how do you solve those types of issues. You start thinking about a bin distribution. And what I mean by that, we actually have a distribution of our product, right? So if you're making a 540 watt products, you'll have maybe from 530 to 550
550,
distribution. I've always told my team is that largely is an indication of the cost of poor quality. If I have an entitlement to my manufacturing process to say I should produce 550, I should produce every module at 550. And what we're learning now with some of the capabilities we have and using artificial intelligence as an example is how do we optimize that? So what is the uniqueness and where is the variation created in that thin film that creates that distribution? Right, and now how do you optimize to get the same consistent performance out of every module that you manufacture? And what's now that does is for our associates, that's intriguing, that's powerful, right? That's energizing them. Like I want to solve that, I want to figure that out, you know. And there's the capabilities that we now have because of the amount of data and information that we get from our manufacturing process, coupled with a very highly skilled workforce. We're finding a lot of value add. That's helping us as we move forward.
Yeah, especially when you talk about the kind of data that you generate and be able to use the data with very smart people available. Do you find the quality of your workforce adapted to this type of learning where you look at the data and you come to a reasonable conclusion with obviously some machine learning and statistical tools?
Yeah.
Do you find them showing promise in this?
Absolutely. You know, one of the things too that was share a story with my so our head of product management and quality and reliability when he visited the facility. You know, he went up to one of the associates and asked them about their role, their job, what's their responsibility, and it was amazing the clarity that they had, right? And he asked the question was, well, how did you learn that? Right? Well, look, there's some training that you do for all new associates, but it was more of the self-initiative to go to understand it and to talk to others and to learn it. And then they had spent some time in one of our facilities in the U.S., and so they captured those learnings and they brought them back to our India operations. But there's a creativity and a desire to learn. You know, we, as a mission, you know, as a vision for the company is to lead the world's sustainable energy future. And that's what motivates our associates each and every day when they come to work. But they want to win too, right? They want to win. They want to beat their goals. They want to exceed their goals. And there's a little bit of friendly competition across all of our factories.
Absolutely.
You know, and so that synergy, and that's very powerful value creation that you get.
You have a very nice oxymoronic term, copy smart.
Right, right.
Right. Could you just tell this because this is not something which is well understood.
Yeah. So I referenced it a little bit in my remarks about a sister facility. I mean, the facility that we have here in India is identical to our most recent facility that we have in Ohio, producing the same product. The only difference between the two products is we've optimized the product in India for a fixed tilt structure, where in the U.S. we've optimized it for a tracker structure. So just the back rail. The back rail is the only thing that's different because of the end market needs and requirements. But everything else is run exactly the same, and exactly the same data, same information, same reports, and we measure everybody exactly the same. And so that copy smart has allowed us to scale, you know, and we go into a new country like India. We didn't have one associate on the manufacturing side. We had to hire everyone, right? We had no experience other than doing some, you know, we did some project development, 500 megawatts of stuff over the years, you know, here in India, but it was a new environment, new learning, new workforce. And if you didn't leverage the copy smart to ensure consistency, we never would have been as successful, because the other thing we did is we brought all of our associates that we hired here in India to train at our other facilities. So when they go back to India, it's the exact same tool, the exact same process. They know exactly what they're doing. We're not changing things for them. We're keeping them as consistent as possible. So our legacy view of what we've done around Copy Smart, we found this played out very well for us. But I also think that it helps evolve us as we think more about advanced manufacturing. Our ideal goal state, what we'd love to get to, is referred to as remote operating centers, where I don't need operators in all of my factories at all levels. So I can actually have a central location where I can operate my fleet without having workforce present in all of the markets. Clearly, there's first level operations need to be there, but the higher level capabilities potentially can be done remotely. Having a copy smart strategy enables those opportunities, because every factory is run, every tool is manufactured and operated the same way.
Well, that's impressive. So I think, so the last question is, what would it take for you to double your investment here? Double, slightly less than double, because you'll be smarter in the second time.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. We're ready to go. I mean, that's not a constraint right now. The end market is there. The only thing we would like to ensure is consistency of policy, a stable policy environment, so that we know we're making investments, right, that will provide the returns that all of us need as public companies. And you have your specific objectives. We were talking about them yesterday in terms of return on capital. We have that for our shareholders as well. So we need just a stable policy environment, to continue to grow. Our vision for India was not just one factory. We always have had a vision here to expand to at least 2, and we'd love to go beyond that to enable and support the market.
So that's, ladies and gentlemen, Mark for you from First Solar. I think he didn't say too much. There's only one company which is standing between the Chinese solar giants and the rest of the world. That's First Solar for you. There isn't any other company. So it's special, it's very unique. We're really proud that you're in India, and in particular in Tamil Nadu. May you double or triple your investments in the coming decade. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a detailed keynote, of course, followed by a candid, honest tete-a-tete. If I may request our keynote speaker, Mr. Mark Widmar, to please do remain on stage. We'd like to take the opportunity, sir, to extend our thanks to you and present you with a memento. May I call upon Mr. P. Madhusudan Reddy, IAS, Director, Survey and Settlement, to do the honors. And I think I speak for everyone in the room when I extend our heartiest wishes for the upcoming factory inauguration. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mark Widmar. Thank you, sir. And with that, like Mr. Mark Widmar said, we are ready to go and taking our onstage proceedings to the next level. We've got our moderator on stage, Mr. Santhanam B., Chief Executive Officer, Saint-Gobain, Asia Pacific and India. We'd like to now direct your attention to a panel discussion that's going to be taking up our time. This is an interesting one because we're privileged to host 5 eminent thought leaders, each contributing their distinctive perspectives and, of course, enriching our exploration of advanced manufacturing. It is with a round of applause that I'd like to welcome onto the stage Mr. N. Ramesh Babu, Professor, a round of applause, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Madras, and Head of the Advanced Manufacturing Technology Department Center. Good morning, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. I'd also like to invite Mr. P. Kanyapan onto the stage, Managing Director, ZF Commercial Vehicle Control Systems, India Limited. Truly a pleasure to have you here with us, sir. We look forward to your valuable insights. Please keep the applause going because we've got on stage Mr. Sridhar Neelakantan, Chief Executive Officer, Titan Engineering and Automation Limited. A pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Thank you for joining us here on the panel. And of course, Mr. Sriram Lakshminarayanan will be joining us on stage as well, President and Chief Technical Officer, Tata Technologies Limited. As promised, ladies and gentlemen, advanced manufacturing in emerging economies. An interesting conversation about to unravel right here. Over to our moderator, Mr. Santhanam. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. I think you already had a taste of what advanced manufacturing is when Mark talked about the First Solar facility, which was created in less than 19 months. So we're going to talk about this. I have decided not to talk about emerging economies. I don't know. I understand India a little bit, more detailed Tamil Nadu, so this will only be with reference to Tamil Nadu. After all, we're being paid by this global investor meet of Tamil Nadu, so we have to do justice to that. It's a topic that is shaping the future of industries and revolutionizing the way we produce goods. For TN, we are the manufacturing capital of India. It's a topic very close to us. Also a topic which probably enhances our competitive advantage and really provides endless opportunities for us, both economy as well as jobs. The traditional manufacturing, I've seen it over the last probably 4+ decades. 3 of us here have invested 4+ decades in manufacturing, and the other 2, 3, and probably 2.5. Okay, so together we have something like 140 years of, without excluding me, 140 years of manufacturing. So I think traditional manufacturing processes have changed. dramatically. And today you have a new level of efficiency, customization, and sustainability. You talked about, you saw what Mark was saying, that his company produces the solar panels with the lowest CO2 footprint. That's what he's talking about. So we are doing. So advanced manufacturing, there's a lot of stuff that is there. You have robots, additive manufacturing, IIoTs, sensors, occasionally artificial intelligence. All of that, they really redefine the boundaries of what manufacturing could do. We are seeing it in our own companies, some of those transformative changes. All of them are improving production, reducing cycle times, improving costs, all of that. But most importantly, they are what we talked with Mark, at democratizing the manufacturing processes. The decision making is now at the entry level of manufacturing. So all of this is really making manufacturing better, faster, and smarter. So we have a eminent panel. As I said that, excluding me, it's 140 years of experience. They've created, probably teaching them, training them, sustaining and growing advanced manufacturing. I would request Sridhar, who represents Titan. And by the way, I don't know how many of you know that the Tamil Nadu government owns 28% stake in Titan. So he's basically a Tamil Nadu government and Tata product. And they have really leveraged precision and advanced manufacturing. And Titan does it so well. If you visit their factory, be it jewelry or watches, you will be impressed by the level of advancement that they've made. And now what they have done is getting into aerospace, auto, semiconductor industries, really driving automation and advanced manufacturing, not just for Titan, but companies in India. But today they have gone into the heart of the Tirupati of manufacturing, which is advanced manufacturing, which is Germany. So I think he will speak first. Sridhar, 7 minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I represent a part of Titan that many of you probably wouldn't know about. So it's a well-kept secret of Titan that Mr. Sandhanam has just revealed. Everybody knows about Titan as for the lifestyle products, the watches, jewelry. But not many of you know that there is a little gem that I run. It's called Titan Engineering and Automation Limited. And the genesis of this company comes from the fact that we make a lot of stuff that goes inside that watch, and watchmaking is very high precision manufacture. And typically the result of what this company is what happens to really good engineers in a lifestyle company, which is brand-led, marketing-led. So what do engineers do? Then they look at opportunities to create something. And that is what the genesis of TEAL is. Essentially, we do two major parts of our business. One is where we provide automation solutions. And how did we come about doing automation solutions? Is that in early 1990s, it was so difficult to get foreign exchange. And watchmaking, most of the equipment used to come from France and Germany and Japan, and we were scaling at that point in time. And then we said, how do we now do this? So we started building machines and replacing what we would otherwise import it. So that Atmanirbhar Bharat for us started in early 1990s. And that's this team of small engineers in maintenance that started building machines. And in 2000 is when we decided, okay, now we can actually leverage this capability and give it to others. But you need one Bakra customer, right? So we fortunately got one, which was Delphi, where we actually learned how to do automation for the automotive industry. And the rest is history. Today, any automobile that you see on the Indian road, either it is a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, there is some system of that automobile that is built on a Titan engineering machine or an automation solution. Watchmaking is also very high precision manufacture, which is very high. You have the pedigree of very close tolerances, 1 micron, 2 micron kind of stuff, right? So then we said, okay, there is this core capability, where do we do? And we can leverage that. And in 2000, again, we said, okay, we'll look at something outside. And aerospace came to us by chance. There is this company called Hamilton Sulstrand who said, okay, why don't you guys make components for us? And that's how we started our aerospace journey. And today, we are one of the biggest in the country. And we work with Raytheon, which is one of the biggest customers. And in Raytheon, we are probably amongst the 40,000 suppliers that they have globally. We are probably rated as one of the top 8 supplier, you know. We are a platinum supplier, the only supplier in Asia which has a platinum status, and probably a second supplier in all of Western Europe, in a way. So that's some credibility that we've gained over the years in these two businesses. But coming to advanced manufacturing, what you just saw on First Solar is that all that robotics, lines, the AGVs, moving materials, that's the kind of solutions that we provide to customers. So that is not our solution, but that's what we do. And over the years that we've seen, you know, we started this business, as I said, in early 2000. But today, if you see, there's a significant shift in terms of what we are seeing in India itself in terms of the degree of automation. And what you see here is a classic example of how you can complete, you know, manufacturing setup is automated. It is something that is still, in our experience, in the Indian setup, this is still some distance away. But to a large extent, we are seeing far greater degree of automation coming in our experiences in India. 50% of what we do is exported, but what we see in the Western world is far more of this. So what we are building for customers in Europe and in North America is something like that, which is a significant degree of automation. We have exported a fully automated line for an HVAC. HVAC is the AC, you know, system that goes inside the car for a German supplier, German OEM, German Tier 1, where in Germany, in their plant, the most automated line comes from Titan, and that gives us a great pride. So in Germany, that's the mecca of engineering. The most automated line comes from India. It gives us some degree of pride. So that's the extent to which we've gone, and there is some distance to go, maybe a couple of few years to go to get to this degree of extent, what you would probably see in India. We've already seen that happening in China. Maybe a few more years and we start becoming far more, with the manufacturing in India starts picking up. We will see a lot more cases like this. But I must mention that there is one company not very far from here who actually came to us and gave us a challenge, and this is just a few months ago, is that, you know, they build basically the plastic containers of batteries. And today it is almost like a discrete manufacture, injection molding, then you take it to the next shop, then you do some drilling in it, and then you take it to the next process, and then you fill it up and pack it and send it. So there are a lot of people in discrete manufacturing. They said, can you guys fully automate the shop? So right from the time that the trucks come with pellets into the factory, how you'll actually load those pellets. Pellets are actually then directly distributed to injection molding machines. Through a conveyor, you take these boxes, you do all the other processes, deflashing, drilling, take it to an ASRS through an AGV, store them, 24 hours of curing, pick it up, package it, pack it into a truck, fully automated. And this thinking is already started in India, and that is some degree of progress that we've made in advanced
a
manufacturing.
minute, we'll come with questions.
So, sure. So that's what I wanted to share, is that that's been our experience, and I'm seeing a lot of progress in this field in this country.
Yeah. Later on in the round, we will talk to Sridhar about how the Tamil Nadu's ecosystem of people talent, particularly skilled people, because all of them are located in Hosur or in Coimbatore a little bit, right? So I think we'll talk about that and how that has really nurtured this or inspired them to get into this really advanced level. So the next I have to go to my professor, I think Professor Ramesh Babu, only 40 years in something called manufacturing and advanced manufacturing. He runs a nice lab, advanced manufacturing lab. One of the few people whom I know has been, even for the last 2 decades that I know him intimately, he's been connected with industry. So this industry institute interface that we always talk about in all these panel discussion that is happening in his lab. So over to you, sir.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak about the training, skilling and upskilling in IIT Madras. See, everyone knows about IIT. I need not talk about the IIT. But what is happening inside the IIT is known to only few who have been working with IIT for last 3 to 4 decades. I think that's where I wanted to briefly narrate about the story that I have experienced at IIT Madras. Though I have spent a couple of years in ISRO and multinational company, I decided to get into the academics for 2 reasons. One is to get my PhD and get into the faculty stream. But that's not more important for me. How do we translate? Because when I worked in ISRO, I was in the integration, mechanical integration division, wherein we have to integrate everything and they should work well. The same thing should happen when you are making any product. I think that's when in the multinational company I took a senior role, though I was quite young because the company came from Germany and UK. So from then onwards I have been working on the translational research in various departments, including the physics, mechanical, manufacturing and workshop, and with many of them. So if the translation has to happen, unless you have a passion to drive the young students to work on the real problems, it will not really happen. So I think this is where the industry connect with the academia need to be seen as an important a bridge to really scale up our advanced manufacturing. I can narrate several stories, but the idea of conveying this one is to see how the translation can happen, how the trust can be built among the industries by doing their projects to the last mile. I think most of the times what happens is we leave it in between and hence they lose the confidence and also interest to come to the academia. So my experience at IIT Madras has been very good because of a few of the faculty members with whom I have been associated, and that gave me the confidence. But then if you look at the skilling, upskilling, today we are talking about 2-3 aspects in education. I think I was asked to write a report on the G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration on delivering quality education and empowering women in the country. So I think that is where we have been deliberating on how we can really deliver a quality education. Of course, the Tamil Nadu has the largest number of universities recognized as the top universities by the NIRF and QS and world rankings. But then skilling requires a different mindset. It's not that you can just simply teach from the textbooks and ask the students to get the grades. Of course, that will naturally happen. But then you need to get the practical hands-on. And today's world, when we are talking about Industry 4.0, technologies and their explanation is on one side. How do we apply these technologies for industrial use is the other one. That is where the industry academia connect is extremely important. And that's what I feel in the next decade. I think most of the industries have to engage the students of different colleges, right from the Tier 2, Tier 3 to the top level institutes, which I am doing it at our Advanced Manufacturing Technology Development Center, which was set up almost 7 years ago with industry partnership. They put in 20% and we get the money from the government 80%. Here, we do 3 things. One is the technology development based on the needs of the industry. Second one is how do we empower the youth by means of engaging them in this technology development and providing the skills in various aspects of manufacturing, right from the core technologies to the advanced technologies like Industry 4.0 smart manufacturing. In my opinion, the industry academia interface is extremely important for the next few decades. I think if we have to really excel in the advanced manufacturing and its application right from the rural to the urban, unless we bring the connect between the rural and urban through the rural manufacturing, which is more important for us to become sustainable and self-reliant. And that's what I feel that we need to be more vigilant on these aspects in terms of advanced manufacturing being seen as advanced manufacturing, and how those concepts can be taken to the grassroots level is another aspect that we need to deliberate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think that's precise. And when I come back, there are two questions. I think we all know IIT. It does a great job. I think I want you to touch upon the deep tech ecosystem that IIT Madras Research Park is doing, because, if you talk about fintech or B2C, there are great companies and a lot of them are located in Bengaluru, but you have a host of deep tech companies. You come back in the next round, you can answer that. The second one I also want you to answer is that Tamil Nadu has a fairly well-distributed deemed universities, and many of them private universities, maybe 40 or 50 of them, are actually doing very good work in connecting to the industry. Maybe you can touch upon that when you come back in the next round. So I go on to now Sridhar. Sorry, not Sridhar, Sriram. Sriram is a president and chief technology officer for Tata Technologies. What is interesting is they've set up a center in Coimbatore, and somebody said Mecca. I'm going to use the word Tirupati of manufacturing. And Sridhar, okay, or maybe Srirangam of manufacturing, so whatever it is. I think Sriram, you've done this first innovation center at Coimbatore, doing a lot of work on testing and integration of vehicle software. So what I would like you to is talk about that, and later on we'll talk about the people-related skills that are available. Why did you choose in Coimbatore? I know the weather is nice and people are nice, better than Chennai, but why did you select that? So we'll come to that in the second part of your presentation. Yeah.
Right. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting, and it's a pleasure to share this dais with eminent people. Most of them are my customers, actually. I'm the only service provider here, representing the engineering service provider companies as well. So it's an honor to be part of it. As Mr. Santanam said that I am from Tata Technologies. Just very brief in terms of what Tata Technologies is all about, because my elder brother is here as well from the Tata Group, actually. So there are, as many know that, we have about 100+ companies in the Tata Group. So we are an engineering services provider. What it means is, I was telling this to Mr. Santanam on Saturday when we spoke, we only work on 3 industries. Automotive, aerospace, industrial heavy machinery. So basically, our tagline is engineering a better world. So that means wherever there is manufacturing, that is where we are. So that's the heart of it. Specific to what do we do in these industries is, we help customers realize their new product introduction, right from engineering into aftermarket part of it. So which goes through from engineering to manufacturing engineering and then into customer service aftermarket part, right? The changes that we see today that is happening is, gone are those days wherein which I think Sridhar touched upon it, and Professor touched upon it as well, which is about you cannot talk of any of it without talking digital, without talking technology into it. So the way we are organized is the 3 industries. Across that, there are 2 horizontals that cut across for us, which is the embedded software, embedded electronics, and then the complete digital ecosystem, starting from product innovation into a connected vehicle sort of a thing. So that's the landscape that we play in. Now, the significant thing that what we have done and how it differentiates us from rest of us is, we help Because everybody is looking at improving cycle time, right? Improving, speed to market type of a thing. I mean, so we have helped customers bringing new vehicles into the market in a record span of about 24 months type of a thing, which used to be, I mean, as many of you know who have been in the manufacturing, to say that it used to be a 3-year cycle, 4-year cycle. So there's a significant amount of crunch that is happening onto it, right? So that is one. The specific question that Sar had asked about it, I mean, with everything moving into software-defined product in a software-driven enterprise, with technologies at the heart of it, I mean, as Professor touched upon it, I mean, for us, it is the industry is the heart of it and technology is the wrapper around it, right? I mean, you cannot look at it the other way around. Whether you call it as 5G, whether you call it as edge, blockchain, whatever that you wanted to talk about it. Finally, I think the use case applicability for that industry that matters. Now, as we start working with our industry customers, one of the key things that they are all asking is that is, can you provide this software-centric thing end-to-end, starting from when you talk of a software-defined vehicle, in-vehicle connectivity, off-board connectivity, on-board applications, off-board applications. So we started looking at expanding our footprint on this. When we started looking at expanding our footprints, obviously there are a lot of cities that we had considered, particularly tier 2, tier 3 part of it. And then we nailed down on Coimbatore for 3 simple reasons. One is obviously the ecosystem that is centered around it in terms of the number of good engineering colleges that are there, which can provide skilled, obviously we'll talk about some of the skills later, but that is number one. Second, if you look at it in terms of the connectivity and the infrastructure that is associated with that center as well. So, and the third most important thing is that is in terms of, I mean, Professor touched upon upskilling part of it and all, right? And if I get somebody from the colleges, how quickly can we upskill? What is the base skill that they bring it in? So that angle, if we look at it, I think there are a few cities in India that made it to the list, and finally we started with Coimbatore. But the interesting thing for us is when we said that, okay, we're going to do it on a trial basis, before we said that, okay, this is the number of need that we have, more than 60-70% of our need was from our existing people in Bangalore said that we wanted to move back to Coimbatore actually. That's the level of attraction that happens. I think we have started on it. It is growing and it is growing to go significantly as well. Mr. Santanam, I mean, we will talk a bit about in terms of the work that we are doing with Tamil Nadu government in terms of refurbishing the ITAs. There are about 71 ITAs that we have delivered. We'll come to that skill part of it. That's specifically the reason from a Coimbatore standpoint. We truly believe that this is going to be a software hub actually.
Thank you. So the next one, I'm going to move on to another guru. I think he's one of the gurus of TPM, TQM and everything. He's only spent 42 years or 41 years? 42 years in manufacturing, doesn't know too much. 15 years ago, he was told that Tamil Nadu cannot do many of the great products by the great Germans. And today, I think he will tell you about that story. So I think he believes that the manufacturing ecosystem in Tamil Nadu can really do a lot of things which advanced manufacturing calls for. And he has proved that by walking the talk. So Kaniyappan, please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I am very happy that I have an opportunity to share with you my own experience in manufacturing in Tamil Nadu. Of course, we are a national footprint, but largely located in Tamil Nadu. I represent ZF, even the ZF India president also here, Akaspas is here. ZF is the one of the top 3 global automotive tier 1 companies with 45 billion euro turnover. ZF would like to lead the next generation mobility, which is essentially the autonomous, electric and connected technologies. ZF also is highly advanced in the manufacturing engineering. Most of the advanced transmissions globally would be ZF transmissions. So we have a big global ecosystem. Of course, I was earlier in WAPCO. WAPCO was acquired by ZF. Now, as I said, we have everything in technologies to help in the customers to succeed. Because our fundamental purpose is to enable our customers to succeed. Our customers are automotive OEMs. Now I'll come to India. India doesn't, follow at least the commercial vehicle industry which I come from. You don't just like that import and supply products in India because there's no way the market will pay for it. So, as I said, our purpose is to help the customer to succeed. So, we have to develop solutions for the customers so that they can actually take those products and succeed. So, when I talk about solutions, it's essentially pricing. The quality and quality is essentially given today. It's a hygiene. So, essentially, you have to make sure that you offer the technologies, differentiated technologies at a price point the market will accept. This is where we use our innovative manufacturing practices. The root of our company itself in India is Sundaram Clayton. Sundaram Clayton was a company which won the Deming Prize first time in India and later Japan Quality Medal. So the TVS ecosystem actually built through the TQM framework a culture of continuous improvement in everything that you do, and total employee involvement framework. On these two pillars, the whole solutions that you offer to customers. So one of the offshoot of this fundamental principle is frugal innovation. Because in manufacturing, you always have a better solution. You can't say there's a best solution. Always there's a better way. So you continuously challenge the aspects, whether it's investment, whether it is manufacturing cycle times or anything and everything. So these are some of our basic principles on which we build our manufacturing excellence framework. And the example I would like to tell you is about our plants we have a plant in Mahendra city, which is meant for only export. Overall, in India, we do about 10,000 crores of turnover, of which probably 70% is done in Tamil Nadu. And Chennai largely is the center of gravity for the commercial vehicle solutions. And we have one of the largest, globally largest transmission manufacturing plant for the windmills in Coimbatore, which also supports the off-highway industry. So this is our, we also have joint venture companies in India, the Rane Group. ZF Rane also is located largely in Tamil Nadu. So we have a footprint in Tamil Nadu, not only for manufacturing, but also for engineering solutions. Now coming to the topic I was trying to give you, the last 10, 15 years, 2008, we started our Mahendra city plant, it's a greenfield plant. With zero export, today we are exporting about 1,100 crores from that plant. Largely, it is built on the India capabilities. Because, as I said, you can't import a technology from Europe for India, so you have to develop your solutions. And again, largely done by the teams there. What it started as a component manufacturing site, today, then we moved to an assembly production. Then we started designing products for global markets and manufacturing here. Finally, we also went to produce subsystems for customers like BMW, using the design and supply chain ecosystem. Because in the process, we've also built a very, very strong, low-cost and highly dedicated supply chain, highly capable team. Some of them are actually directly started exporting now the products that they make to other ZF plants. So here the change is from something which was producing a part to final subsystem. Then initially we were only supplying it to our own customers globally, meaning our own plants, intercompany sales. Later we even reached a level of delivering to customers like BMW directly from our plant. And also now what we started making global compressors for global big OEMs like Volvo. Based on the success, then we extended it to DAF. And then now we are also working to, of course, we've got a business to sell it to Daimler. So all the big global OEMs were able to supply from that plant with the team, of course, fully supported by global colleagues in certain specific aspects, but largely the internal capabilities of colleagues come from our own colleges. We don't go to even the top tech colleges, but still we are able to really build those capabilities, and they're able to really drive. What is something very unique in our system is that frugal innovation, and do the same work at probably 70% of what it would cost. Today we are even making and exporting assembly lines for our other sites at a much lower cost than what otherwise they would have to buy. So this is a story what we have built in Tamil Nadu, and of course our experience has been quite positive all along. There are many more things, but in the interest of time, I'm stopping here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll come back because I think you touched upon something very interesting. See, normally when we talk about countries like India, Vietnam, China, we say that large scale, high volume, mass products of average quality is where the advantages lie. But what you heard Kani telling is that he started his factory in 2008 primarily to support India, and today he's supporting Germany. Okay, and what he didn't tell you is that, but for his cost competitiveness, some of those customers would not have remained customers for ZF, right? I know you didn't want to say, but I have no choice but to let this secret come out. I think, but for his competitiveness, those customers would not have been there. And therein lies an important point, we'll cover that, that actually advanced manufacturing is an area where states like Tamil Nadu, probably a few other states are like that, can really take advantage of and really capture a fairly big part of the value chain. So we'll cover these in a later. Now I'll come back to the questions. This time I'll just shift the order. Professor, I'm going to come to you. I asked two things, so if you can, we have 12 minutes, so therefore 3 minutes for each of you. How good is it? Is it only IIT Madras where you have to write a lot of tests to get in and other things? Or are there other colleges which are driving this industry institute interface, adapting and training their students to skills which are required in the advanced manufacturing?
Yeah, I'll take 3 minutes, as he said, that if I have to cover everything in 3 minutes, I have to strategize. Okay. So I am thinking of a SWOT analysis. I'll do that.
Okay.
Strengths of Tamil Nadu, as I see it, over the last a few decades, it has been growing phenomenally well, both in education and also on the industry side. That is the strength. And as far as the engineering colleges are concerned, we have Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. All are equally capable when we train them well. That is second. The initiatives of Tamil Nadu, then if we can address those issues by means of connecting it with the industry right from the urban level, multinational level to the rural level, probably we may be able to sort it out. I think though there is an opportunity, how well these opportunities can be utilized by the academia is another challenge which we need to see that. So the threats are that the attraction towards the finance, consulting and easygoing jobs are the ones which are making the youngsters to move towards the one which is going to give them money. But in the long term, I'll tell you that many of them who go into the manufacturing, right from the lowest level to the advanced level, are the ones who will become entrepreneurs in the long run and then make the country into a very well-developed country. So as you see, the strengths are well known to all of us, which we have been witnessing it over the last one day. And the weaknesses, as I mentioned, that the centers have to be really very, very, innovative. It is not 1, 2 centers. We need, in every nook and corner, we require a center. We need to follow hub and spoke model. If you wanted to connect them, and then training the trainers is the most important one, which we need to focus more. And that is one of the weaknesses. And opportunities, as you all know, that the plenty, we have been witnessing how many people are coming here and then watching, even the investors meet without knowing what it is going to give it to them. But I think this opportunity have to be encashed by the government, industry, And another weakness is the industry is not offering any internships to the students who are coming from the rural colleges. And second, when they go to the industry also, it's not a well-structured internship program which need to be thought out so that that will also engage them more fruitfully. Sure. See, these are some of the points which I think that the innovation to the translation, though there are innovation centers and using the softwares from various countries, I think we need to move out of it and then utilize the manpower to develop certain solutions for the next generation manufacturing called the smart manufacturing using the 5G and other things. If we do that, I'm sure that it is going to become one of the leading state. As
interesting, they're really upgrading a lot of ITIs into changing them from their existing ways of training and developing to more advanced manufacturing methods. So, Sriram.
Thank you, sir. Just couple of points. Number one, if you look at it, many studies have shown that there is a need for at least 1 million engineers in the next 10 years. So, and we're not going to get that just like that, right? No amount of college can produce that much of it, right? So you have to get into the diplomas, the ITIs, and the polytechnics to do that. So what we have done in collaboration with Tamil Nadu government is upgradation of ITIs. About 71 ITIs have been delivered, which means that this means skill refresh. It is also about courseware refresh. It is about complete practical thing. The infrastructure has been refreshed. So it also acts as a revenue generation for it. The whole idea is when somebody comes into the industry, how much time it takes for them to become productive, right? I mean, because everybody is looking at shift left on the IT side of it. We needed to do that shift left on the manufacturing side of it. Because if somebody comes in, how can I make that engineer or a diploma graduate productive as quickly as possible? Through that, keeping that in mind, this whole courseware has been done and 71 ITAs have been delivered actually. I'll just add one anecdote to it. The success of it is purely because the Tamil Nadu government as a customer has done a phenomenal job here, right? Because it is also about the commitment, the involvement in terms of making it happen, right? I mean, to be part of it and play their part, and it is not about just investment. That's one. The second thing is that it is not only about the ITS which we have delivered. We are in conversations about the polytechnics as far as Tamil Nadu government is concerned. But we at Tata Technologies, we are also doing this with universities that Professor talked about it, the academia industry collaboration, because for some of the universities, we are in pilot conversations wherein which we define the complete course for it, right? I mean, the 6th, 7th semester, 8th semester type of course in terms of what is the need of the hour as far as industry is concerned. Because when you study it, it can't be just theory, and then when you come into it, what you do and what you learned, there's a significant gap. I mean, all of us have gone through it, right? And I can confidently say many of the ITA's course that if you look at it or if you visit the ones that are delivered, they are far, far superior than many of the engineering colleges that are there actually, right? So that is the level.
You don't want to go back to 1993, 97 when you graduated from Poshlank, right?
And there is hardly any lab at that point of time actually. Okay. So that's the commitment that we have for it, and because at scale is the need of the hour, right? And that is what that we are working on it. We have a separate line and we incubate in terms of interns as well as
it's 71, Sriram, 71 ITIs, skill at scale, delivering is impressive. I remember in 2005, we talked about, modernizing ITI and things like that, but I'm glad that it's now being active and is really can only happen if we are driven by the industry. So Sridhar, the quite simple question is, would you relocate out of Hosur and Coimbatore, given all the benefits, let's say that Maharashtra gives you a lot of benefit and Pune has a very large ecosystem. Would you shift out?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Easy answer.
Okay. So why?
We're not going to shift. No, I think, like all of you said, I mean, we are well invested here. So there is a commercial reason why we have to be here. And when you're scaling, when the rest of the ecosystem is here, it doesn't make sense to move to Pune. But all said and done, we have, as I said, great skills. So many engineering institutes diploma institutes. Now he's talking of ITI skilling. So we've gone to almost most parts of Tamil Nadu to get skills. And one of the key reasons we are here is because the skills are so good. And especially for advanced manufacturing, you need deep skills who stay with you. It is one of the biggest challenges of this industry is that there's a lot of demand, attrition is high, and how do we, get skills from even not only tier 1s, now we're going to tier 2s, now we go to tier 3s, and skill them like what Tata Technology is doing, and I think is essential. So one of the key reasons we are here is because people are great, they have a great passion to learn, they have a great hunger to learn. I think that attitude is more important. And I think that's one of the fundamental reasons why we are here.
Okay, that's good. And the fact that you're closer to the Bengaluru ecosystem where you can have recreation and work hard for 6 days helps, right?
Absolutely, yes.
So we take advantage of Bengaluru.
Yeah,
okay.
the pubs and malls can be there and the great work can get done in Hosur.
That's good. So I think this is a unique combination. That's probably the reason why Tatas are investing, how much? Some crazy amount, right? 15,000 crores or something like that in an electronic manufacturing system. Okay. And last question to Mr. Kaniyappan is, I think Kaniyappan has been very active in CII and many of the fora, and he knows the SME ecosystem of Tamil Nadu. And basically I'm talking about companies which are 50 to 500 crores. My question to you is that what is the state they are in adopting advanced manufacturing automation in Industry 4.0? If they are not at a very good level, what can we do to help them go that path that great companies like WAPCO and others have done? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Actually, a lot of the change is driven by the market and the customers. The supplier ecosystem in the last 10-20 years dramatically transformed to meet the expectations of Daimlers of the world, or because that's a requirement now. We are a part of a global supply chain, so you may be tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. It doesn't really matter. You need to really deliver a 0 ppm quality. So that called for a lot of transformation on the supply chain. It has happened. And the way it is being driven is the customers. ZF, for example, we have our own supplier development programs. Daimler actually even develops and certifies suppliers, including somebody like ours. We are getting certified by Daimler. So the whole supplier development itself is in place. Many of them who become a WAPCO supplier, for example, or ZF supplier, they're a global supplier now. It's not that you only supply to India, which means they have to be meeting certain standards. Maybe in VDA 6.3 audit, they have to get a score of A or whatever, those type of things. The key point there is they have to transform themselves to the new changing realities. The changing realities are basically the automation, or do all these things, put all this traceability and other requirements through the IoT principles. They may not be ready to do themselves. So my view there should be, because these things, even in companies like ours, it's driven by very youngsters. People come from the campuses 5 years later. In fact, someone who leads our transformation in the digital transformation is done by one of our colleagues. But he has been recognized even globally, one of the top 50 leaders in this space, meaning that is possible. So my suggestion for the small and medium enterprise people are recruit some good graduate trainees. They will take care of you. They are the people who can actually do it. Because their issues how to invest money, more of a business case type of issue, but then this team can do it, all these things at a much, much lower cost than what otherwise it would cost to get it done from elsewhere.
Thank you. We'll open questions from you guys. And if there are any questions, we have 8 to 10 minutes for the questions. Questions, sir? Yeah. Sorry, questions. I'm saying sometimes we become speakers.
Yeah, this is Ramesh Rajshekaran from Monit Pro Solutions. My question is, how do we attract talent towards manufacturing sector right from the college itself? Because now the youngsters are moving towards digital, AI, ML type of thing. And in the core sector like mechanical or chemical or productions, what I see is the drop in the talent going there. Second one is that, this non-Mudal one scheme, right? It is good. We are getting one first question. Second question is this non-Mudal scheme like that happening for digital, like IT companies. So how do we, like Tata's and others, set up a pilot set up in engineering colleges so that we can get trained? So you can get in terms of skilled manpower. So 2 questions, sir. Thank you.
Anybody wants to answer?
For the first one, I'll take the question. So, what I think the professor also made a statement. Here, the responsibilities on the part of the companies as well. The industry institution partnership type of initiatives, we have to create. In our case, what we have done is we have, in some of the universities, we have set up smart factory labs, the IoT centers, etc. A platform through which you can actually connect first, and then from there we also give them the industry internship programs, and then we expect the students to actually solve some complex problems. Many of them get absorbed through that route, and that motivates more people to really look at such opportunities. So I think it's both ways the responsibilities.
Yeah, I think to your first point, the answer lies in your question itself, sir. Because in the past, if you look at it, any engineering course you study, people used to get into IT. Now it's the vice versa of it, actually, right? I mean, because you cannot talk of advanced manufacturing without talking technology. So it's not about that whether it is mechanical engineering getting lost or anything, because you still have to have the AI, 5G, edge, that sort of a skill set is extremely important, because the lines are getting blurred. So it is no longer about this is mechanical, this is electronics. It has moved into mechatronic, now it is moved into complete software. Everybody is talking about complete software. To your second point, I think there are, so for example, if you take somebody like an ASCOM, they themselves are offering courses that are free on the new age digital part of it. The only thing is, for you to get a certification, there is a pay, but otherwise these courses are offered free. Just as people to get a bit of an understanding in terms of what the manufacturing plus the technology skill sets are being needed by the industry.
I just wanted to answer that. See, before you address the college students being attracted towards industry, first, start with the schools. See, they need to inculcate the education in making things. See, that is where the industry can also partner with many of the schools and colleges at the lower level rather than getting into the engineering colleges. That is number one. Number two is today's education, even though we have modified from time to time, but it's focused towards the employability of the youngsters. That should change towards the passionate way of doing things.
Sure.
And that's where all the Python is being introduced in the first year, and all the computer programming languages. No doubt they are important, but that's not the way that we need to. The new education policy hopefully will touch upon these things.
That,
okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? We just have time for one more question, sir. Please go ahead. Just two more quick. Okay, there's just two of you. Yeah. Aurku Kununga, please. Go ahead. If you have a. Please, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Very interesting discussion. I agree with a lot of what you just said, but I think we ought to be slightly broader. We should be discussing manufacturing in the extended enterprise, rather than simply focusing on technology. And by becoming simply focused on technology, we are not including other issues. Even like, for example, teaching. We are teaching at universities, very narrow focused. Now, product-centric or design-centric or manufacturing-centric. We've got to open up the mind. Sure. And so the extended enterprise, that's I feel the discussion should be.
Thank you. Yeah. Can I have the question from you?
So if I may request you to please share your name and organization before the question.
Hi, this is Sheikh. I'm IT software engineer and a soft skill trainer. So I just wanted to acknowledge from you guys where if I am addressing a BE graduate who knows in a core engineering subject, so he's very passionate, then where he should start his engineering core work should? more often he's like very interested, but they ultimately they don't have a pathway to access towards the core engineering. So that's the ultimate answer from the people who is like getting into IT. That's the major research which I have done in the past 1 year.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, sir.
No, I think it's a bit of a fallacious assumption. Together here, at least 4 companies are looking for what you call as core engineers, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, instrumentation, and with an exposure to computing. So the computing is another mindset. I think there is an incredible amount of opportunities if you see in manufacturing today. And it's a holistic opportunity that is available. For instance, we have a program with Rajapalayam Polytechnic, Ramco Polytechnic. We get something like 20 diploma engineers. They are driving some of our Industry 4.0 programs. And we work with them in the 3rd year itself, and they start working on projects. So there is ample opportunities for industries on both need for this kind of engineers. And Tamil Nadu, I would say, Maharashtra are the 2, and then around Gurgaon are 3 places where we see incredible opportunities for engineers with a passion for being in their core area. I think there's a lot of opportunities. Okay? That's what I would say. So with that, I close. This is a very interesting conversation. We have had Mark talk about the setting up the factory in 19 months in a record time, and very happy with what was supported by both the state and the central government, along with the ecosystem and the people skills, and especially the women who are running 40%. And then we have all the 4 panelists with deep experience in manufacturing and industries talk about what is advanced manufacturing. We really believe that advanced manufacturing is one vertical for Tamil Nadu's growth. If we want to touch $1 trillion, my view is whenever the year should be kept away, whatever time period. I think if we do it in 12 years, I'd be very happy. I think advanced manufacturing is one area where Tamil Nadu can have a unique competitive advantage. And the proof is what these 4 people plus what Mark talked about. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. I think as our industry stalwarts have kind of detailed out, the transformational power, of course, lies in technology, but also in the human ingenuity that it actually takes to harness it. And with your valuable insights on the panel, I think all of us in this room, we're ready to embark on a journey where global cooperation as well as local innovation converge. And on that note, it is my pleasure to invite onto the stage Mr. P. Madhusudan Reddy, IAS, Director, Survey and Settlement, to do the honors and present our moderator and our speakers with mementos of the occasion. Starting with our session moderator, Mr. Santhanam B. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a hearty applause for our moderator. We truly appreciate a few secrets being spilled on this platform as well. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Santhanam B. Ladies and gentlemen, our session moderator. May I also request Mr. P. Madhusudan Reddy, IAS, to present our next speaker, Mr. Sriram, with a memento of the occasion. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on this panel. May I request Mr. Sridhar Neelakantan to receive the memento and accept our gratitude. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We keep the felicitation going. May I please request Mr. Madhusudan Reddy, IAS, to present our speaker, Mr. Ramesh Babu, with a memento and, of course, a commemorative book as well. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage next, we have the felicitation. We'd like to extend our thanks to Mr. P. Kaniyappan. Thank you, sir, for joining us here on the stage and sharing your experiences so freely. If I may request all our dignitaries on stage, so please do step forward. We'd love to commemorate the occasion with a picture and, of course, with a loud round of applause from the audience. I'm sure this conversation truly enriched our understanding of the world of advanced manufacturing. So we do owe our panelists a lot of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we draw the session to a close. Of course, we do hope to carry forward the profound insights and collaborative spirit that we've seen here on the stage. Once again, thank you very much to all of you who've joined us today. We do hope you have a fantastic evening ahead. A very special thanks to our panelists.